So let's come down, right? So we can feel closer. Now let's have a little discussion on that, okay? So you saw that we have two key questions. So first one is go back to bird and beggar question, okay? So it seems like there are a lot of birds here, right? So tell us why you prefer to be happy bird instead of unhappy beggar. Can we hear from 2-3 individuals? What is your reasoning for that? Yes. Use mic, please. Do we have a second mic as well? We can bring a second mic. Yeah, so we can walk around with that. That would be great. Yes, go ahead.
Mine was more about the emotion rather than what form I take.
Okay.
Because we're supposed to be people of Alhamdulillah, whether we are coming back as as an animal or as a human. It's more about being happy rather than what I come back as. To be happy and grateful and content with what I am.
So you are focusing on the emotion side.
Definitely.
So, and you still think your choice was right?
Yeah.
You think it's okay?
Yeah, I do. I think for me a harder question would have been, well, no, probably would have been easier, but a happy beggar would have been in the running.
No, that's not an option.
Yeah. That's the unhappy, I think.
Okay, so Sama?
I think for me, I didn't think about it as a...
What was your answer? You're happy bird too?
I was happy.
Okay.
But I thought about it more on the not just the happiness, but I didn't think of a bird as an actual bird. I thought more of the ideology behind
I see.
which is freedom. So that's why I picked a happy.
But if that's actual bird, would you still prefer to be that?
No.
No? Why?
Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has blessed us of being humans.
Even as a beggar?
Even as a beggar, of having that.
And even the life with full misery in jail and prison, no single happy day, all suffering?
Because we make a choice. It's a choice we make. We can change this. We can change our status, but we can't change who we are. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has...
But if the condition is all adverse and painful, would you still prefer, and assuming you have no way to change it, would you still prefer to be human?
Yeah, because I have Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave me that.
Okay, it's very interesting. Yes?
If we have this firm belief that He has decided what we are today, the faith is there. So my point of view was that
so were you bird or?
I chose the bird.
You chose the bird.
I didn't take it that way.
Okay.
The sister just told you about.
Okay.
So if I was born like being an unhappy beggar, I would be comfortable being that. So because He has decided like how we are supposed to live in this world, we have to show that we are like satisfied on what He has made us for.
Okay. So you change your answer in this case. So by the way, initially at least when you take the mic, just tell us your name as well.
This is Madiha from Pakistan.
From Pakistan. Okay. Sister Zara?
The unhappy beggar.
Unhappy beggar?
Yeah.
Why?
I think when you hit rock bottom is when you develop the resilience to create and start thinking, how can we make change?
So you think pain is good or pain is necessary?
Both.
Both.
Because then...
Would you, if you have a pain-free life, would you go and actually prefer to have a pain in this case?
So you wouldn't know the difference. So you have to, I mean, when you are in that situation, you can make change because you can't get worse. When you're rock bottom, you can only work your way up.
So you think that the adversity in life is an opportunity for you to grow.
Yes.
So therefore, you will prefer to be...
Yeah, because at the end of the day, being happy, and then what? You're quite comfortable, you're in a universal position, and this is...
But would you choose happy beggar or unhappy beggar?
Happy beggar or unhappy beggar? I mean, if you're happy beggar, you're pretty happy, but then would you be part of... Personally, I want, because then I'm okay, comfortable where I am, and I'm just like a drop in the ocean. I prefer not to be a drop in the ocean. I want to... Because if you're happy, you can tell you're just there, you are.
So you prefer challenge for
yes.
the growth. Oh, very good, very good. Let's hear from this side as well. So just because they're going to say where you're discriminating maybe, so we need to... Yes, anyone here? Anyone here? Oh, come on, yani. Yes.
My name is Ahmed.
Ahmed.
And I also chose the happy bird
Okay.
because I suffer from chronic optimism.
Okay.
So I couldn't simply choose being a happy bird.
Okay. And after the discussion, did you change your answer? You still want to be bird? Again, why?
I think it's just about the positive mindset.
So you care about the state of mind, and the state of mind is unhappy. You don't want to be human.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. Okay. Good. Good. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalam.
My name is Mohsin. So I initially chose a happy bird, but I'm going to change
Okay.
to an unhappy beggar because I feel like in our most difficult moments we are closest to our Creator. So that's why I would.
So do you think beggar are more closer to Allah than those who are rich people?
Not all of them, but maybe the person taking his time.
Okay. That's good point. That's interesting point. Yes, we can go from there. Yes, Sister Asma.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
My name is Asma Plaza. I chose Happy Bird, still sticking with it, because I was thinking about the green birds in paradise, the shuhada, and that's I think the uttermost desire what we all have, and so both happy and still bird, like, you know.
And unhappy beggar, can I go to paradise? So you think who will be better in paradise? This happy green bird in paradise or an unhappy beggar in paradise?
There could be both, actually. The unhappy beggar. Well, no, actually, it's we should be thankful for everything. So if you're thankful, you make yourself happy. So thankfulness is one of the features of a Muslim. So to be unhappy, it's not a feature of a Muslim. So stick with
Interesting. But so you think unhappy cannot be thankful? Because you can have unhappy in a way you can suffer and have a pain. And obviously, I mean, that's your reality.
Choose being shakir and kafura.
Yeah.
If you're shakir,
Okay.
you mean you're thankful. So you make yourself happy.
I
If
see.
you're not thankful,
So your conclusion is that if you are not happy, that means you're not thankful. If you're thankful, you should be happy.
no, you turn it around.
Okay.
I mean, if you're thankful,
Okay.
you make yourself happy.
Okay.
It's a gift from Allah.
Okay.
So in shakartum la azidannakum.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's actually you can train your mind to become happy.
So from that you conclude the beggar unhappy because the beggar did not do that, right?
He was not so far yet, but he can still learn to become happy, because if you're thankful, then you become happy. So and then you can even be a happy bird in paradise.
Okay, very good. Yes, Sister Sophia.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah.
I appreciate the question as a brain exercise, and I wouldn't want to answer the question without having more information. And I really do appreciate that you made it making us think, because without having full information, I don't feel I could answer that question. Who's offering
What do you want? What information you want?
You know, if you was offering me the choice, because if I'm already a human and then I can choose to go this or that way, that's different.
Yes. What would you choose in this case?
In this case, if Allah is offering me the choice before being made me a human being,
Yes.
perhaps happy bird.
Okay.
Because that's from Allah.
After being human and
After being human and knowing
yes.
what it means to be human,
Yes.
to be given the opportunities to reason, to choose your destiny, to be able to struggle and achieve paradise to that level where it's possible,
Okay.
then I would choose to be the unhappy beggar, because there's so many possibilities.
Unhappy, but yeah, at any cost, including life with full misery, you still be human.
Because I would know that Allah has promised us something.
Very good, very good. Okay, so I think that part is good. Sister Sana, we're going to come to you for other questions. So let's move to the second part. You saw the riyadh. That was hypothetical, but you saw this Japanese guy spend $16,000, turn his outlook to be exactly like a very, good-looking dog, right? So you can. So the question here. What do you think about this? What is when you hear about this news? what would you think about? Does it tell you anything about what is happening in our time within the civilization? Do you think this is just a kind of a rare case to attract attention? Do you think that perhaps we're already having such transformation that perhaps our inner side has been turned to be like an animal, and perhaps the guy recognized that, you know, we are already living like animal. Let's just change our outlook as well to complete this transformation or inverse evolution in a way that we're reversing back to, you know, based on the secular ideology or origin, right? We came from animal and now we're becoming and recognizing that. So what is your learned lesson from that? When I read it first time, I was like, it's amazing. That should not be seen as just like a rare case of attracting attention. That could be read of some serious issue happening in our time within our civilization. Yes?
I think the most serious issue is bounding happiness with no boundaries.
Mm-hmm.
Having everything in life should have boundaries. That's why we have a Quran, that's why we have a Sunnah, that's why. And what we're suffering right now in our ummah is that we are trying to get rid of all the boundaries. So there's no boundaries to living, there's no boundaries to anything in life. So you could choose to be anything because there's no boundaries, and therefore happiness is left out in the open. So what is happiness without boundaries? Like, you see what I mean? That's the issue that we're done. Because even back in Canada, we have people who identify as a cat, and they have litter boxes, like in their schools even. Like, identify as dogs, like, because there's no boundaries. There's no limits to.
Why there should be boundary even? We live in an age of freedom and reason. If the mind will tell you this is good things to be, well, why would you put a restriction on that?
Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the creator.
They don't even believe in Allah. Well, that's your thinking in that case. How would you tell them to do this?
When you don't have boundaries and you don't have something to hold you down, hold you responsible, everything will be all over the place. There will be no order at all.
Interesting. Good point. Yes. So we try to understand what is the again lessons behind it. Why does we see such phenomena? That's our question. Yes.
I think it's aligning it back to the purpose of life and having those boundary elements as to whatever you make, what choice it is to realign to those main objectives of, you know, why you're here, what you're here for, so that anybody in those kind of status quo or state of mind can at least start making objectives to where they should be. So those kind of metacognitive thinking will start, you know, becoming more activated so that we can refocus and then have those safe boundaries, as the sister suggested.
Good. Okay, then we have a sister here. Go there. Okay.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Alif from Indonesia. I think the main problem is about the losing of identity and lack of gratitude, because when you measure your happiness into the material stuff, like something that can be observable by our sight and can be measured by social measurements, so you depend your happiness to what other people think about you. And second is about losing identity. As we know that human is a beautiful nature, but when you turn into animals or other creator, this is, as our sister said, this is of course the boundaries of life.
How did we lose our identity? I mean, how did we lose it? Do you have any idea on that?
Yeah, we measure our happiness by the measurement of material measurements, you know, material level.
Oh, so in that is our capitalism, materialism that make us to, in a way, lose our human identity.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. So we'll go for this side. I think sister next to you, Sister Asma, she was. So we'll go to the side, and after that, I want you to think the role, or one thing no one is want to come to that. Do you think the crime scene is at schools? Do you think this has anything to do with education? So I want you to look at the side as well. Let's hear from the sister as well.
Assalamualaikum. Sister Joanna from Melbourne. I can't help but think of the model of the soul of Imam Ghazali. So there's the element of the ruh, which is when we're upon the fitra, and then there's the qalb and the aql element in the nafs. So I cover this in class, and I think the environment is the key issue here and problem, because it pollutes the mind. When the aql is polluted, qalb, which is essentially the center of our spirituality, is also corrupted, because the aql and qalb have gnosis, they have communication. Once that's communicated, that pure fitra is lost. This is the thing that connects us with Allah, that reminds us of our humanity and our purpose. So the nafs has free reign. The person actually becomes just an animal. It becomes a slave to the body and the nafs, and it's open to waswas, it's open to all sorts of desires. But it becomes, instead of it riding the beast, riding the horse, like the analogy that Imam Ghazali makes, it actually becomes a slave to the body. So I feel like the environment is polluting all these ideologies, the things that have been taught at school, the images that they're seeing, reading. There's what I tell my students is, your brain is so precious, don't allow rubbish in, because I think there's a lot of pollution of the aql, which is impacting on the qalb, which is taking people away from their futra, and means they're now open prey to just the desires of the body. And then that's a never-ending pit, that's
Very, very good. Very interesting point. So what you're saying that is actually there's something going on that you call it as there's environmental factors that turning human to another species. In a way, you describe it in terms based on Ghazalian concept of human fitra, nature, that basically in a way that's feeding the evil side of human being and making the evil side to be dominant, to be strong over the angelic side of it. And as a result, that we get a real dog, not even dog, a nice dog, we get wild animal that go out and actually harm and enjoy harming others. And those wild animals, when they get this very destructive weapons, they can be truly dangerous than any other animals. So he thinks there is such transformation of humanity that turning them to be a really wild, dangerous animals that in which that we really, in a way, see how we can, protect ourselves and how we can save ourselves from such dangers, right? I think it's a very interesting point. But my question will be, because your point was like you're pointing to the factors, environmental factors. I want to really kind of point directly to the source of the problem, particularly in terms of formal education, to see what we're doing in schools, knowingly or unknowingly. I will going to actually show you one, things from the MIT professors. He will say teachers, bad teachers, he will say, are criminals. You know what I will say? I changed that. I agree with him. I say actually in modern time, good teacher as well as bad teachers are criminals. You know why? Because the crimes he's referring, the bad teachers cannot do a good job teaching the subject. The crime that we are referring is exactly what she was saying, the crimes of turning human to another species. Even if you're a good teacher with the existing secular curriculum, knowingly or unknowingly, you're very likely to commit crime of converting your students to another type of species. Now, either you're going to call them zombies, or you're going to call them the robots, or you want to call them animals, or they openly accept to be called dogs. So that is the type of transformation I think that's happening. Now the question, that's why we're here to see what is wrong with the education, what is wrong with the knowledge, that we need to understand this first and foremost. That's the reason on the first day we dedicate the entire day to the problem issue, to the problem subject. What is the problem? Are we really aware of the problem? Because once we become aware of the problem, it becomes much easier for us to really look for solution and work hard on how to find a solution. Yes, go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum. First part of the
your name, please?
My name is Muhammad Rai from US.
Okay.
First part of the question has to do with if it depends on if we are connected with Allah. Like what constitute my life? If we say I'm connected with Allah as a Muslim or whatever, so the answer will be as Allah said in the Quran, لَقَدْ خَلَقْنَا الْإِنسَانَ فِي أَحْسَنِ تَقْوِيمٍ. We created human being in the best of the yeah. So there will be no room for choosing other than the human being. Between the when you give the option between bird or so then Allah already said it. لَقَدْ خَلَقْنَا الْإِنسَانَ فِي أَحْسَنِ تَقْوِيمٍ. So why would I lower my status? Because Allah created me in the highest possible status. Why would I choose to be something else?
Just follow up on that one. Oh, yeah, before you move to other one. So almost all of my students, and you see here as well, are Muslims. 85% or 80% will choose to be bird. Why do you think they will choose that? Because they already have the same things that you had it.
Because of lack of connection with Allah and the knowledge of Allah. And the second part also is based on the same thing. If we are not connected with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, like Allah said, "Inna Allah ma'a sabirin." If Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tested me in my life, still I am much better than any other creation because Allah said so. لَقَدْ خَلَقْنَا الْإِنسَانَ فِي أَحْسَنِ تَقْوِيمٍ. So even my life is whatever it is, Allah said, "Inna Allah ma'a sabirin." So Allah with those who are patient. The second part again is your connection to Allah, with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the education. Right education, the education or the knowledge of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So both are basically based on if you're connected with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, then answer will be based on that.
Okay. Very good. So you reduce the problem to the connection problem. That's what we're going to comment is actually, that's kind of title of our first presentation. It's very good. So I think you already summarized that. Yeah, let's hear from one more person. We have to move because again, we have a lot. I know that's why we call brain exercise. So when we open that, we can spend the whole day on this, but we have to stop it. Yes?
I'm Shabana from the UK. I think it comes down to the concept of secularism. The fact that you're detaching Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala from life's affairs, and so then you will do what you want to do. So the question of freedom, do what you like, detaching Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala from your life. My initial choice was a free bird, but then I changed it.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, you should just look at it from the perspective that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created you as human beings. And He's given you those choices, like a lot of people were saying.
So essentially, again, I think what we understand from this, so most people choose, let's say, happy bird. My guess one reason is that, not because they don't know, is because the common perception or the common promotion of happiness affecting people as if what really matters in life is to be happy. So it's like when in the West they say life is fun, particularly kids when they say, I want to have more fun, I say, yeah, life is really not fun. There is a room for fun in life, but life is not fun. But in the West, they actually promote the idea as if life is fun, and the kids are constantly asking for fun as if life is just fun. And Quran clearly says, we didn't create all these things for fun, for you to just play a game. There isn't a verse on that one, okay? So it's basically, it's the idea, this consumer culture of hedonistic culture affecting everyone to the level that we think if there's no happiness, which means there is no positive state of mind, why should I live? But in reality, if we think about the meaning of being human, and the potential gain associated with being human, then for sure we all will, if we think about it, we'll choose that. But again, when we read it first, because we're affected too much by this hedonic culture, without deep thinking, we can just easily go and choose that. I think you see when we have a discussion, have people to think, you will see that most people will change their answer. Yes, very, very quickly, please.
My name is Aydın Hussein from UK.
Should we give break?
So when I look at the question,
Any
to
break?
be honest, I've never looked at emotions. Initially, obviously, I thought that Allah has chosen me to be the best of creation, so I should just go for this. But then I thought about the sense of accountability, and I think that's what changed my mind. That obviously, if you're an animal, you don't have the sense of accountability. So that was my main.
So you want to have an easy pass?
Yeah, that
Yeah. So you think?
I think it's hard as well. I don't know if I name them exactly, but he said, "I wish I was a fly on a, because of the heaviness of the accountability."
That's interesting. Yeah, I think. Yeah, we need to. Let's give Sister Asma want to say something.
Yeah, I completely resonate with all the previous speakers. I just want to add one thing. One of the main features of the Muslim is also that we have rahmah and marhamah for our other creations. I think one of the reasons that people are not happy or confused about their identity is because they move away from the fitra, because they have real traumas in their early childhood, like parents who are taking care of their dogs better than of the children, and parents not really take their responsibility for their children. So before education in schools, I think a lot of trauma and confusion starts at home. I see in the European countries that children are sometimes very unhappy because they're mistreated or abused, or the parents have more love for their pets than for the children. So when I look at a video like this, first thing I feel is empathy for the person. I think also as a Muslim you should feel empathy and not hate towards anything, because it's a pity for him that he didn't find the truth yet. So there's still hope. I have the responsibility to convey this message, what you're teaching today, with maw'idatan hasana wal hikmah. So
very good. So no, I agree. For sure, we're not. When we share this, we don't want you to hate. We want you to really understand and see what is the problem. So we're gonna just let's say conclude the session. That we're gonna have a tea break, and then we'll start it after that. So essentially, what we really, from all this discussion, we want to really reflect on it. We live in a time that actually transforms human to another species. And that's, you can say, it's through social media, through the TV, so you can, but we think schooling plays a major role in this regard. Particularly what we do in school is in terms of the curriculum that we deliver, the type of knowledge we deliver, that's actually, in a way, can transform human to another species. So for that reason, sometime I give this example, I say, imagine that actually there are schools. You can give your kids to those schools, let's say after several years, it will physically turn to animal. Would you do that? I don't think any human will do that, because you'll say, how come I'm gonna give my kids and the school's gonna turn my kids physically to dogs and cat and wolves and bear? I don't want this happen. But actually, we're talking about the inner transformation. So you might not see outlook, you might see still they look like human, but if you convert their inside to outside, as actually this is from Nursi, he says that in modern times, for most of those civilized people, if you convert their inner to outer, you're gonna see wolf, you're gonna see, what's the other things, fox, you're gonna see bear, you're going to see a pig, and you're going to see snakes, right? That was like I think he mentioned 5 animals particularly. He says that's like, if you convert the inner of the human of modern times to outer, that's what you're going to see, because that's how the civilization has transformed human to another species. But our argument here, that is happening through knowledge, because human basically builds their own identity through what they learn. And that's, we provide this knowledge in a very structured way through the schooling. But the knowledge we provide, even though we're very sincere, is actually has such element to convert human to another species. So our argument here, this animalization project, this, in a way, robotization project, has been around intentionally since the Enlightenment. This is actually a very well, in this case, planned and executed project around the world, that with particularly modernity and postmodernity, that we see how this Western project has been successfully implemented around the world. And Muslims will see in our first sessions, after the discussion, that Muslims are no exception. And the solution that Muslims are offering through Islamic schooling, so-called, is really not helping in this regard. So for that reason, we need to really spend good time today to understand what the problem is. So we're going to hear from a scholar like Sayyid Hussein Nasser. You'll see he did interview with our president, Alparslan Açıkgenç. We'll watch part of that and have discussion. We'll hear from Professor Hamza from Canada. He's with the MIT professors, PhD in physics. And so he has been in the kitchen of this so-called scientism, or objective scientific knowledge. So he will tell us in the afternoon that what has been cooked to convert human to another species. So, and hopefully by the end of the day, we'll all have very clear idea of what is the problem and why we need to have such programs. So that's the objective. So I think it's told that the tea is ready. How much time we'll give them for break? We'll give 10 minutes for tea, and after 10 minutes, we're going to continue here, inshallah. Okay? Enjoy your tea. This is the outline of the presentation discussion. So what we're going to do, as I mentioned, it's really given the profiles of our participants. So we want to have more interaction, and but again, it has to be controlled interaction, otherwise we cannot make a progress. So please don't get offended if we do not let you to speak every time you want to speak, or if we cut you off short, okay? So, because that's for the benefit of the whole program. So, and what we're going to do, whenever you see a brain exercise slide, that means we will open the floor for discussion and interaction. So I put it in a way like almost like every 10-15 minutes, we will have like some interaction, but not too long. It should be like, let's say 5-10 minutes, then we can move on, okay? So, and therefore I put it in between. And for those who you attended and saw this before, again, think in terms of what you can say when you come to interaction part. So in a way that will be refreshing for you, and you can contribute to us based on what against that you know. So essentially, what we want to know today, we dedicate the entire day to the problem. What is the problem? What are the symptoms of the problem? How serious the problem is? How can we diagnose the problem? That is the whole issue for today. And again, we brought the guests particularly, whether virtually or you're going to see Dr. Hamza as well. So to just make sure that if somehow you say, look, who are you? You're talking about this, that we bring an expert in the field, they can tell you what is the problem, that it could be more convincing in this regard. So essentially, first, we want to talk about science, God, and soul. Because we talk a lot in brain exercise about transformation, we're trying to see whether science has to do anything with that, and whether there is anything wrong with the science in this regard, okay? So essentially, we are looking at the problem to just kind of make it easy to remember. We call the problem is the knowledge problem. The problem is not an ignorance problem. It's not that people don't know, that actually they know, but what they know is a problem. Because those who, like those who read Nursi, they will know it's very famous. There is a very famous phrase from Nursi, and almost all Nursi readers know this by heart. Nursi once, he visited Eastern Turkey and was communicating with tribal representative there. When he was talking to him, he published a book called Münazarat. It's a kind of this dialogue or discussion. So in that book, he says, he looked at them, he told them our enemies is ignorance. Maybe Dr. Binyamin can remember that. What was it, the exact Turkish one, Binyamin Hocam? Düşmanımız? Cehalet. Yeah. So enemy is ignorance, cehalet. Zaruret is poverty. Ikhtilaf is disunity, division. Okay? So he says those are the enemies. And most Nursi readers, they almost memorize and they say ignorance is the problem. I say you don't do favor to Nursi. Absolutely, that was a problem for the people in that region. But the problem for the modern people is not ignorance. It is actually knowledge. But now you can redefine ignorance. You can say ignorance is the absence of the knowledge about the truth. Or for that matter, you can say there are two types of ignorant people. There are, ignorant people with the diploma, ignorant people without diploma. Because means you go to school, you don't learn about the truth. You have a diploma, but you don't know the truth. But we say, yeah, that could be good. You can somehow save this word. But actually, the problem we face is a learned ignorance, which means that we establish educational system. The educational system is designed to make us to be ignorant. Ignorant from the truth, ignorant from wisdom, ignorant from virtue. So in this case, we say the problem is the knowledge. And knowledge of modern times is not ignorance in a narrow meaning, okay? So, and we call it, we use analogy of COVID because analogy is one of the pillars of 5D. We use analogy of COVID since everyone, still recall COVID very well. We say this is not COVID-19, this is COVID-17 because it emerged in the 17th century. Because it began with the Enlightenment in the Western Europe, but actually spread around the world and dominating almost everywhere. So that's how we define as the virus, as the problem. We say it's perhaps the most dangerous virus ever you could imagine. It's very detrimental, it's a mortal disease, and we're going to talk about this virus essentially. So again, we want to see science and to see what is wrong with the scientific knowledge. Before that, we need to look at the history of science. When we look at the history of science, we see Muslims once upon a time was very good in science, and for almost 700 years to study science, you had to learn Arabic. So therefore, Muslims, science, when we say, is not science in modern time. Science in the golden age of Islam was actually quite different than the science in modern times. So to understand the problem with the modern science, we need to look at science in the golden age of Islam. It's not like as if science emerged in the West and Muslims never did good things in science. Now in the West, there are significant number of scholarly works acknowledging Muslims' contribution as a historical fact to the scientific development. So essentially, you can find many of them. I think the UNESCO published these books of 1001 inventions that shows that how Muslims has contributed to science and technology over times. And again, we know many names, including, let's say, computers based on algorithms come from algebra, it's come from Khwarazmi. So in this case, that we can basically see that modern science and technology owes a lot to the Muslim scientists, okay? But how Muslims did that, it was not accidental. Muslims having the very first ayah, Iqra, and learning that nothing is better than wisdom, because the Quran says that whoever is given hikmah is given the highest, the best of goodness. So the Muslims look at the hikmah as some things that are essential. So in this case, they seek the hikmah wherever it goes. Even there's a phrase like, even if it is in China, that you should pursue the hikmah. So they established what we call Darul Hikmah, Baytul Hikmah. So essentially, that's become a library or become the knowledge center. And they translated books from Greeks, and we know almost 200 years, in Abbasi era, they translate those works, and that's how they essentially, give the Western Europes what they now proud of in terms of their ancient Greek. Okay, so even it says that during that time, the number of books in Cordoba was more than the number of books in entire Western Europe. So you can see how much Muslims were giving importance to the knowledge. Now, every semester in my MBA, one of the key questions I do and ask my MBA students, how many books you have read in your entire life? Other than textbook, though, most people don't even read the textbook, okay? And I find out consistently 50% of them almost never read any single books in their life, beside like the textbook. That's the thing that you can see. And I say like, you got it wrong perhaps. The first ayah was Iqra, revealed. You got it as if it says don't read, therefore you don't read it. So it's really very interesting that when the ayah says Iqra, that you have the people that they actually don't read at all. But you see that Muslims were very good on that. This is very nice documentary, and Jim Khalili is one of the very popular guys, a scientist in UK, and he is originally from Iraq, but not Muslim, but very fair scientist. He did a lot of works and published a book called The House of Wisdom, that basically, finding what Muslims did contribute to the modern science. But something happened. Remember this famous hadith, the sun will set and will rise from the west? I took this hadith in another meaning as well. And people generally take this as a kind of sign of qiyamah, that will last things. But I also took this in a way that the sun of knowledge set in the east and rose from the west, essentially starting from, let's say, 16th century. So, and when Muslims were in golden age, the West were in dark ages, and the West, looking at the Muslim, literally, they copy it. If you go to Cambridge and Oxford, you see the very architecture is actually a copy of the madrasa in the Muslim world. They learn and they copy that. But what they did, obviously, they took it, to a very high level, and therefore we don't really have any, like in the whole Muslim world, we don't have any university that can compete at the top, let's say 20 or 30 in the world. That's very, I think, shame for the Muslims in this regard. So what happened in the West, once they recognize the mind is the main source of the treasure, so, and they did develop their institution. We have a whole field in economics called institutional economics. This is one of my favorite fields within economics. So based on this branch, is basically the development of a country is determined by their institution, formal or informal institution. So when we look at, there's one very nice book called Why Nations Fail. Darun Ajamoli is the author. He makes very compelling arguments based on empirical evidence that what really makes nations fail is their institutions, and what makes the other succeed is against their institutions. Essentially, the West, once they recognize the mind is real treasure, so they develop educational, political, legal, and economic organization based on certain institutional value to unearth the treasure of the mind. So they succeeded. But a success in the West, in terms of material success, was in a way suicidal, was detrimental, was destructive. And no one's better than this guy called Harry Lewis. He was the dean of Harvard College for 30 years after his retirement, he published this book called Excellence Without Soul. So the title speaks of its content. His argument in that book that in modern education, institutions like Harvard provide an excellent skills to be great, let's say, physicians, engineers, scientists, but they don't have any soul. That is basically the argument in his book. So in other words, he's saying, look, we don't teach anything to them in terms of how to be a good human being because we don't know even, we don't have agreement on what makes a human to be a good human, okay? So in that case, he called that we produce excellence without soul. And what is the solution? The solution you have seen in the West in last, I will say, 2 decades is a character education. So character education essentially emerged from the call or the cry of the guys like Levis. Once they recognize there's a problem and we get all this behavioral issue and social issues because people don't have any moral basis. They don't want to call moral education because morality reminds them something about religion. They call it character education. In particular, it's a guy from UPenn, Seligman, who's the leading guy on this subject, and they developed the metrics, and they, in this case, preached the character education and made it, for most places, they made it part of the curriculum, had a kind of dual purpose in this regard. So essentially, that is the problem they acknowledge we have it. Now, a lot of discussion we have, even in this time, is like, what is happening with human? Are we really, you know, are we making AI that acting like human? There are a lot of discussion on that. Our discussion here, we say, no, this is a wrong question. The question is not whether robots is actually gaining consciousness. The question is whether we already losing our consciousness, becoming like a robot, as we discussed during our brain exercise. So in this case, we say it's more likely, like the discussion is, are we going to have a robot teacher? That robot is going to come to class and teach and get our jobs? Because as an economist, that when we talk about AI, that's the first question we see. Even when I made presentation to professors after ChatGPT, several of them in our university came to me and said, you were very scared that in the future we might lose our job. So, because they really think that the AI is going to replace them. I say that is really, yes, it's going to happen if you are acting like a robot in the classroom, right? So which means that if you just go and repeat something and don't really bring any human interaction in class and you memorize something, robots could do better job than you. But if you could know how to interact with human as a human, then for sure you should have no fear because robots can never do that. But first you need to know what really makes human to be human, that you can have humanly interaction. So I will show you some basically examples of that. I call this is, you know, the danger and destruction. We get it in modern times. And one guy, if you're really interested, that you can read it, is a German thinker called Heidegger. Heidegger was very, interesting guy. He was, when he saw the atomic bomb during the World War II, he was concerned that, we will get some crazy leaders using atomic bomb and we can destroy the whole humanity. Because right now, if let's say US and Russia alone use their atomic bombs in their, inventories, they can destroy almost the entire humanity on the earth, I guess within a matter of a month, They could do that, they have such capacity. And Heidegger was really concerned about that. But later he says, he reflects on technology. He published a very nice article called Technocity. In that article he says, what really, the real dangers that we will have from technology is not atomic bomb. He says the very nature of technology is destructive to the human trait and quality. As we start to use more and more technology, we're going to lose our human trait and human ability, and the technology is going to destroy the human species in the sense that we know today. And I think most of you already see the sign of this when you observe your students or your kids to see how the technology is really making them to be isolated, to be like a zombie, and to, you know, in a way be living in a virtual reality rather than a real world. Now, we call this, again, we call it as a virus of 17th century, but there are different variants of the virus. And we kind of call this materialism, naturalism, scientism, positivism, hedonism, deism, humanism. So there are various isms you can add it to this virus in this regard. Now, I want to show some sign of that. Then after that, I will ask you to tell me what you think. Do you see some sign of this problem in your country, in your schools? So briefly, I'll show you the survey. So it's in US, the Pew Research survey, they did a survey, and then the survey, you can see on the screen, clearly indicate, in general, people, 83% of people believe in God. But once they go to college and have an education, and particularly become scientists, only 33% of them have a belief in God. And I will tell you, you know, as a professor, you can barely find even this 33% openly saying they believe in God when you go to the university. Even if they believe, I'm not going to tell you, they are afraid to express their faith because they will be ashamed that they are, as a scientist, in an age of reason, you can still believe in such a weird concept. So you can see that's basically is a major problem there. Because again, the idea here is that science provides evidence that if you're a scientist, you should form your belief based on evidence, not based on what others are going to tell you. And most of the time we hear Muslims brag about Islam is the most, you know, let's say the fastest growing religion around the world. Is actually, that's not true. The data shows the fastest growing religion is an atheism and agnosticism. So that is the fact if you look at that. To the level that now most European country, I think you can, we used to call them Christian club in Turkey. They had this argument, you know, for years that you will never get the EU because we're a Muslim country, there's a Christian club. That's what we used to call them, but it's not anymore. If you want to call them a, you know, you should better call them an atheist club or agnostic club, not a Christian club anymore, because the data shows that majority of them in most country, European country, they don't really believe in God as they used to be. And that's, again, they try to promote this as well. It's become like religion. Now, if we say this is for the non-Muslims, for Muslims as well, we have the data showing, like this is an atheist called ex-Muslim in US. They also did a survey among their members, and you see they're mostly immigrants from the Muslim country like South Asia and Middle East. And obviously, when they find, move to US, have education, you see over 80% have college education or above. But then with education, they left the faith, they find the freedom. And when they were asked why they choose to leave Islam, 93% of them says that it was science. The conflict between science and religion was either the main factor or a contributing factor for them to lose their faith. Now, we have some scholars. This guy, Deaton, he is a Nobel laureate in economics. And interestingly, he really specialized in this area. He did publish a lot in terms of the outcome of this secular atheist culture. And not because, I don't think he has to do anything with the religion. He was just curious looking as a social phenomena. So, and he published a lot. He used a phrase called death of despair. And again, you see, he used this in a title of his book. So basically, you can see here, since 1960 in US, there is very clear trajectory of the change. That the death of despair, that basically those who commit suicide or die because of alcoholism or because of drugs, overdose, is actually increasing tremendously, particularly after year 2000. You can see even the rate of growth is very, very steep, very high. So, and that is the reason he called the death of despair, because he says those individuals were not supposed to die. In other words, when you look at their age, you look at their wild, that you don't expect them to die, but they are despair and they are hopeless and helpless, and as a result, they ultimately commit suicide. So therefore, we call it, we have an economist, a guy called Schumpeter. He make very interesting argument in economics. He says that to have innovation, you have to destroy the existing one. So he has an argument that, the destructive innovation, the new innovation will always destroy the old one. That's how you develop. But when I look at, that's why I kind of use a similar phrase. I say the Western development with science compared to the Muslim one is very destructive one. Yes, we see developments in science and technology, but we see destruction in terms of connection with the Creator. We see the destruction in terms of practicing faith in social arena or even personally. We see destruction in terms of the moral boundary and moral value. We see destruction in terms of families, very much incompatible with the modern values. So essentially, we see destruction of humanity overall in terms of destroying and converting to different species. Now, I want you to tell us what you think about. Again, that was the overview, brief overview of what has happened, what was the case in the Muslim world during the Golden Age, what has happened since 17th century in the West and around the world. So I want to walk around and see what you think. Do you see any problem, as we discussed, in your country, in your school? Do you see that, is there any sign of such problem? Or do you think that is really a big issue now for you or for your country? Yes, anyone wants to, again, this is the little discussion part. Yeah, go ahead.
My name is Ahmed Jabbar. I want to talk about my experience in university in Canada. So a lot of my colleagues, I'm in engineering, so a lot of my colleagues, they kind of don't talk about religion at all, or they don't believe in God. The most you can really get out of them is like the deistic point of view, where it's like, well, he might have created it at one point, and then just like has a system in place, right? And most people will probably just say like, science is all they know, and that's what they've learned. And that's like all they perpetuate to people. And I think that's probably because they're not educated properly to begin with, and then they just shun it altogether. Instead of going out and seeking more knowledge, they just go, oh, this is not for me.
Again, why it's the case?
I think it's mainly because of it not being instilled from early on. When you go in and try to retroactively implement like religion or just a theological view, it's harder to do, especially when everything you know kind of separates it from the beginning.
And do you see the same things in terms of like religion becoming less relevant for educated versus uneducated, or more educated versus less educated?
Yeah, so funny enough, the more educated you are, the less educated you are in like life.
Okay.
So a lot of people become very robotic, and they follow a system, and it's similar to what you mentioned before, where like I have this discussion often where like AI is going to replace us, where that's not true at all. I think what makes it more valuable is we're going to have to go back to being human. What makes us unique and special. Because so long we've been forced to be programmed and into robots doing tasks, mundane. But now we're going back to being human, making us special in society.
But you think that education, in a way, kind of making us to be like a robot. That's why you think the more education means like less thinking, less authentic in terms of being human.
Yeah. So a lot of regurgitating information.
Very good. Thank you very much. That was happening in Canada, right?
Yeah.
Is it in other countries? See what happened in the UK? Is the same, Sister Zara?
I mean, in the UK, it's more fitting. It's a production system for the economy. So there's a lot more rote education, mechanical. Very recently, I mean, a lot of mental health is going in because they're realizing that you need some form of human education and some form of character building. So they put that into the program of study, but it is a lot of feeding into living freedom of expression, freedom of what you can choose who you want to be. So they're trying to piece together a national program of study for the United Kingdom curriculum that can have a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but then it's meeting the society's need as economically viable, robotic, obedient people who are going to be dealt with a little bit of mental health, a little bit of human values, and that's it. But that itself, it's still, for them, is a guinea pig trial. But obviously, a lot of the Islamic schools, they are far more progressive because they can see that the malaise of the society is that. So they have to deconstruct the program of study to put in that kind of human values, those characteristics first, so that the rote education can complement. You see, so the human being is the carrier of the skills.
So you're saying that basically the emphasis is on the production side.
Yes.
So they the education system try to raise more productive workers.
Yes,
essentially, its emphasis is on the robotic skill side rather than the value side.
The needs of the society for the capital. I mean, feeding capitalism and all of that, so that it benefits them.
So that's why I was saying, like in a way, then you will say the system is already turning us to robots rather than we discussing whether robots becoming human. So we are becoming robots. Therefore, what is the difference, right? So that's the education is doing that. Yes, Sister Sophia. Well, Mike. Yes.
Sophia Smith from the Executive Director of the Council of Islamic Schools in North America. So I'm speaking from the perspective of the Islamic schools specifically in the US. And what we're seeing is that in those Islamic schools, our students are being taught to show the outward manifestation of Islamic knowledge, but the internal connections are not there. And that's why even the students who graduate from Islamic schools, we're seeing so many of them leave Islam, because they're not being taught to connect their Islamic knowledge with the world. They're fasting, they're praying, they're taught to do those outward things, but not connecting everything, their life, how to live it, and why it should be lived a certain way, to the knowledge of Islam. So I think that's...
So you're saying that, Sister Zara was saying, overall the system is making, students to be robots. You're saying, but she was saying Islamic schools try to do different. You're saying, in your experience of Islamic schools in US, you don't see that differences are significant because they are, in a way, that are also, at the end, acting like the others, because in somehow what you give do not really make a significant difference and transformation because they do not internalize what you do. So it seems like your concern or your problem is that you're saying it's the way we're doing something, we're providing some values, but if we really look at the outcome is not that promising that we see in an atheist and agnostics graduate. One of the major discussion I was looking at, maybe those colleagues from Turkey, they can tell us, there were a lot of discussion in Turkey about this Imam Khatib. We're going to look at this, that design to provide a dual curriculum, the secular and Islamic curriculum. The discussion they had it that a lot of Imam Khatib's graduates are atheists and agnostics that have nothing to do with Islam. Even I heard some of them, they had to go and become Imam as a job, but they don't believe. Like, imagine you have an atheist Imam leading a prayer because they want to have money, but they don't really believe in that. So there was a really discussion here that why it is the case. There was a survey I did look at yesterday. I couldn't find it. Maybe my Google didn't work for me well searching for English content. But I think that is quite similar to what you are mentioning as well. Yes.
Okay.
Then give it to Sister Sana after that. Yes. You can go, Sister Asma. Go ahead first. Yes.
I just want to. I think I'm a little bit more positive about the situation in the Netherlands because we have two opposite directions. I can compare. With 35 years ago, I became a Muslim in 1988. I was at that time studying at the University of Leiden. Actually, I was the only practicing Muslim there, only one wearing hijab. I was studying Arabic, so it's supposed to be a study that young Muslims would like to attend. But the Muslim students at that time look at me like I'm crazy. I'm going the other direction than what they are going. They were thinking, look, we are becoming more modern and more knowledgeable, and you are, going backwards. Subhanallah. But alhamdulillah, at that time, so I was the kind of the novelty, or what's the name in English, like I'm the unique person. But now you see lots of Muslim students. There are Muslim associations in every university, and we see them sticking to their deen. And actually, I have to mention that in 1988, so that's the year that I became a Muslim. So, what the experience I told you about, it's the same year that Islamic schools, the first Islamic school was founded. So we see the more Islamic schools that are founded, then also the Islamic identity of the children became stronger at the same time. On the other hand, I see the same features what you're discussing here. That the higher people their education becomes, if they go to a technical job like AI concern, they start to make to get a different philosophy, because they say if the AI is a system of technology, maybe we are ourselves in a system like that. So maybe something is controlling us, but they don't think that it's Allah. So that is actually two different. I see two different.
So you're saying that don't be pessimistic too much. You're looking from a positive side. You see that there is actually some positive development as well that we should see that. So that's a good point. Very good point. Yes.
Assalamualaikum, Sana here from Canada. I see this time now as a time for critical hope. Alhamdulillah, in Canada, I am seeing that there are schools that are very much interested in learning about what it means to teach from within the Islamic worldview. At the same time, I do see that there are still persistent forces within Canada. First, atheism, which is the trauma response to religious corruption from the Christian Middle Ages that continues to today. Second, of course, materialism that often goes hand in hand with atheism. And third, there's, I think Sister Zahra from the UK mentioned, there is now an effort to go beyond the technical in school to now the ethical political. However, the schools are very hesitant, by schools I mean especially public schools, they're very hesitant to talk about morality. So as you mentioned, Professor Necati, they sanitize it by talking about character education. With this as well, in my graduate work as a master's in early childhood education, we're finding out that we're trying to encourage teachers and early childhood educators to focus on the open questions. But there's no understanding of what these questions can lead to. Thereby, we're encouraging students to just explore, appreciate the aesthetic beauty, which leads them to hedonism and moral relativism. So there's no grounding, there's no anchoring for a lot of these students. Even if we move beyond the technical questions to ethical political in the Canadian context, is very much rooted in this, again, quest for liberty, democracy without limits.
Good. Thank you. The very last one, yes, let's hear from here and then we can move on, please. So again, you see the goodnesses with this community. We have people from different countries, so we want to particularly hear from a different perspective and different country to see what's happening, and I think that's real enrichment, so we appreciate different views. Yes?
Assalamualaikum, I'm Zainab and I'm from Pakistan.
Okay.
And basically, because we live in a Pakistan, Muslim country, there are a number of challenges, and there are similar challenges, but our challenge is actually the knowledge, which I agree with the philosophy that is being shared in the program. Because it's not only the knowledge that is coming from West, it's the knowledge that is given about the Islam in our context is also a little, it's a problem. Because our students do not have correct knowledge, or I would say the proper knowledge of what Islam teaches, and that's the reason that they cannot differentiate between, what to take from the Western world and what not. So I think that is also, again, it's not only the secular education which is a problem for us, it is the Islamic education itself is a problem for us at some point. So it's a very different kind of a challenge. I'll just share a bit of example. Our textbooks talk about Islamic, we talk about the achievements of the Muslim scientists. We do talk about certain things under Quran and Sunnah's Quran and Hadith in the light of Quran and Hadith. But in reality, how these are interpreted and then how our students take it is also very challenging for us. And how basically we kind of make them very extremist on both the ends. So if they are going there, they become completely kind of forgo what science says or what the modern world knowledge is. It shouldn't be that way. There should be a balance between both.
Right,
so
right.
I think that's
that's a very good point. Actually, I tell you one thing. And again, we have to end this part because we have a lot to do. We have all discussion. One second, Brother Muhammad. So basically, what she mentioned is a very good point. So when we start this project, we first thought that the problem is with the secular education. Essentially, we did all of works then assuming the problem is in secular. But when we start to interact and visit Islamic school, we find out that Islamic curriculum has a problem as much as a secular one. And for exact reason that you mentioned. So therefore, we're going to discuss this. The second part of my presentation is exactly on the essence of the problem, how we define a problem. Again, we have been in the field and we have been piloting, going around the world. We're in Pakistan just, what was it? I think it's 2 months ago, we're in Pakistan. So we had 4 days there, interact with over 600 educators. So we've been in several different countries with many schools. So at the end, when we look at the problem, we'll tell you what we see as a problem then in terms of really knowledge. Yes, Brother Muhammad, you want to say? We can conclude with your this part.
Just comment on what she said. I think many of the Muslim countries after colonization, physical colonization is not there, but the minds are still colonized, which resulted in that minds are used for the Islamic education or the field of Islamic studies are the lowest IQ people who carried this. Which resulted in those people, they did not choose to be Islamic teachers or Islamic, they could not go to field of engineering or field of medicine. So they kind of forced to just go in the field. There are two problems. One is there is no desire to master the Quran and Sunnah. And the second, they are the lowest IQ carrier. So you cannot expect much from them to produce the true outcome from Quran and Sunnah.
Yeah. So I think
the fruit of the Quran and Sunnah, the Islam, is being dismantled. Like if you see the level of corruption in many of the Muslim countries, like there is no implementation for the basic Islamic values. So the level of corruption is very high, cheating and lying, and you can name all these.
Very good. So now, let's move on. And this is what I will come to next. So it's basically, I think it's, what Brother Muhammad was mentioning, that if we really look at this, and we see the problem is beyond the ability of educators to solve. Now, you put IQ, I might disagree on that. I say it's not a matter of IQ. Is it actually, we recently had a meeting with, with group of professors in Turkey. Some of them are here, they can recall it. So when we had discussion on the problem, one of them asked questions, say, do you have any educators in your groups? Though I have one PhD in education as well, but that time, I didn't recall anyone else that with a PhD in education. And we have, because people from different expertise. I mistakenly use a phrase that said that something goes beyond the educators to really know the problem. They kind of say like, well, what do you mean? Like, we can't really. I said, no, this is the problem of knowledge. You need to know epistemology, ontology, secularization. So you have to have a multidisciplinary team who can diagnose the problem. It's not the problem that only educator can go and actually diagnose that. So therefore, I look at this as is very complicated issues. Now, unless you know epistemology, you can't really identify the problem, because the problem is with the knowledge. But if you never study epistemology, even if you do and ask people, they don't know what epistemology is as a concept, how would you deal with the problem? Because the problem of knowledge, and knowledge is study of epistemology. Now, epistemology is about ontology, is about existence. But have you ever studied ontology? Have you ever studied anything about the different views of the being? If you don't study, you can't. Like when we started this project, I had to go and actually look at epistemology, ontology, because I didn't have any training on that. But then I came across to the whole new field called phenomenology. I think I spent almost 3 years doing intensive reading, studying from Husserl and others, try to understand what is this field is telling us and how we can actually use this knowledge to diagnose and understand the problem. So the way I see that, the problem is too complicated. It's beyond educators to solve alone. The problem has to start, we don't have enough intellectual capacity to even diagnose the problem. And the phrase you use, we fully agree with that one. You use the phrase of having intellectual and mental colonization. Because mostly we know that when you have a political colonization of the land, you know that you're colonized, you can fight. But if your mind is colonized, it's over. You cannot even be aware of that, because you don't have a free mind to really think that you are colonized. And that's, in this regard, we think it's really make the problem to be even more difficult. Just the connections. Okay. So this is what we describe as the problem. Now we're trying to see what is the problem. So we describe the problem as the connection problem. So essentially, we put it this way, again, after like many years of reflecting on that and many visits of seeing what is happening, we put it in a very simple term. We say the problem is the connection problem, and the connection problem comes in 2 stages. Disconnection, misconnection. So you start with a disconnection and end with the misconnection. That's how we characterize the problem. So in this case, the disconnection, the very first disconnection problem that we experience is disconnecting the self from the sustainer. So essentially, is disconnecting abd from khaliq, from Rabb. So that is, we see the major problem. And then everywhere we go, everywhere around the Muslim Islamic school we go, we actually see, such disconnection. So we see the emphasis, particularly in the self-help, ideology of believing yourself or have develop self-sufficiency. So that's one area, and we do actually, have difficulty to even raise the issue because we see the resistance from schools to even acknowledge this is a problem. The second problem we see is this connection of creation from the creator. So essentially, what we mean by that, we mean that you study creation, meaning you study physics, chemistry, biology, has nothing to do with the creator. You don't mention creator. And you do in the name of science. You say the scientific approach requires you to just look it through the lens of science, and religion is supposed to be in Islamic studies, or religious studies. We say that is absolutely false and wrong because a connection between us and the creator is actually established through the creation. It's like the creation is like the phone. If someone is far from you and you're communicating through the phone, when your phone is taken away from you and you're disconnected, you can't really communicate. So the medium of communication between the creation and the creation as a conscious being, human and perhaps genes and others, that actually is the creation itself. So in that case, once you take away the creator from the creation, that you lose the opportunity to communicate with creator. So essentially, when we say that, because Sister Sophia was saying that because we're not really connected to them, the reason that we're not connected to them because the means of connection is taken away from us. It's given to an atheist, secular, agnostic scientist. That Muslims think that this is something else, and therefore they don't really own this, again, extremely important means of communication with the Creator. And the second stage of the problem is misconnection. So the misconnection is that it's basically, in a Quranic term, is replacing God with Taghut. Because the Quran is very explicit on that one. It says, Allah waliyul lazina amin. Allah waliyul lazina amin yukhrijum min al-dhulumati ila an-nur. Allah is the wali of the believer, take them from the darkness to the light. But the wali of non-believer, it says is Taghut. And what Taghut does, the Taghut actually take them from the light to the darkness. So you can see essentially, in Quranic sense, Taghut is used as a replacement of Allah. In that case, we say, when you're disconnecting everything from Allah, and you are misconnecting to the other Taghut, we call it the Taghuts and ideals of modern times. As the time of Prophet, there was an idols in the Kaaba. In modern time, there are idols in the schools, in the heart, in the mind. And those idols are not visible, but people are worshipping. So the very first idol is the ego, is the idol of the self. So, and the other idols, we call them tabi'ah, nature, and asbab, as a cause and effect, and chance. Okay, those we call the tree of basically Taghut of the modern times. So, and as a result of that, we disconnect the happiness from the Creator. We think that we can be happy without God. We disconnect the body from the soul. We think that there's no soul. You can just serve your body and become happy. And as a Muslim, we disconnect the dunya from akhirah. So we don't see the connection. Dunya is something and an akhirah is something. So you can see the distorted and disrupted mind is actually manifested in various areas. And that's reflected in our educational system. That we have, in a way, the educational system, in terms of this connection, we have both in a secular and Islamic curriculum. In a secular curriculum, we teach about the universe with the creation without the Creator. In Islamic curriculum, we teach about the Creator without creation. So in that case, again, we see that this connection is at both curriculum. So in this regard, basically, we say that the teachers and the textbook are the incubators of this COVID-17, which means that this virus is spreading through the educational system, through teachers, through the schools. And so we're going to look at this. Basically, this one is very, let me play that. As I mentioned, this is MIT professors. If you haven't watched that, I will show you short clips of that. And he's actually saying that teachers are criminals. Let's see. That guy. I thought that I make it ready here, but it seems like this one.
A 5-meter long pendulum with a 30-pound object, 15 kilograms. And I hold that object on my chin, and then I let it go. So if I gave it a push, it would come back higher than it was released, and it would be my last lecture, because it would crush my skull. So now the conservation of energy would require that if it comes back to me, it can never get any higher than my chin. And that's what I do. Close my eyes, hold the object, count down, 3, 2, 1, 0, let it go. Class is silent. and the object comes back and stops right here. Conservation. Physics works and I'm still alive. With a cigarette and with light and your lungs, you can explain why the sky is blue and why clouds are white. Think about it. On the scale of a human body, you can explain something of the world outside. Isn't that cute? They've all looked at rainbows, and then I convinced them that they've never really seen it. They've actually been blind. When they looked at the rainbow, they don't realize it, but they were blind. And I opened their eyes. You measure the student standing up, and I lie down the student horizontally, and I measure again the length. And then the person is very roughly 2 centimeters longer. It's a lot. So when you stand up, it is gravity that makes you short. They have bad teachers, so they carry all the bad teaching. It is just, it goes on from father to son to so on. They are criminals because they miss golden opportunities and make it dull and boring, and so people begin to hate physics, and that stays with them for the rest of their lives. Then they even make the mistake to think that physics is difficult. Absolutely not true. We have an obligation to explain it to the man on the street in a way that they can still sort of get an idea. So you have to find analogies to make them see what the importance of certain discoveries is. Without quantum mechanics, without special relativity, without general relativity, you wouldn't have cell phones today. You wouldn't have GPS today. You wouldn't have television today. You wouldn't have radio today. So the pioneering contributions in physics have changed your life dramatically.
Can you see that now? Oh, okay. Okay, so let's have a little discussion, okay, on that one. Because this is one of my favorite one. Actually, before starting 5D, I used to do effective teaching workshops, and because I have a degree in education as well, I thought that I should utilize this because many professors, so they get PhD, but they don't know how to teach. So I designed certain teaching workshops, and I began actually, giving those workshops at the different universities. And this is the guy that I will use them and actually just have a discussion with them. Now, see what he says. He says that bad teachers are criminals. Do you agree with that? So any criminals here? Yes, do you agree with him that bad teachers are criminals? I want to hear from you why you think. Why would you agree with him? Yes. There's some there, I think. Is that very, very back? Anyone?
Anyone?
Oh, it was two. What was you? Okay. Yes. So you want to identify the criminals for us?
Sorry, I'm not an educator, but I want to say something for this.
Okay.
I was hating physics in my high school. I think it's probably because of my physics teacher. It was so boring and just giving the formulas on the table. And that's all. And I'm still a social scientist, and I was trying to love it, but it was no practicality at all. So it's just I don't know, like a first-hand experience.
So you're a victim. So you're saying that you're confirming what the guy is saying. Okay. Let's see any criminals here. Yes.
I don't need this.
Okay.
Loud enough.
Okay.
I believe teachers make or break.
Okay.
So depending on the type of teacher you have, you will have a good school year, or you might have a really bad school year from every aspect. We're not just talking about knowledge. We're talking about knowledge. We're talking about growth. We're talking about social, the different types of the different aspects of building a personality. Because a teacher has the power to even break an individual student from inside. I've had, I mean, just echoing on what the sister was saying, Sister Zainab, right? Canada, we have the same issue. We need to revolutionize. It's just gone. The education system, even in the Islamic schools, we're so much of followers and criminals from the mind. Like even the teachers. I mean, I've done the 5D training last year. I went to my school. I started doing the training with the teachers, and I found out that I need more time to work on the actual definition of a child and education and the gift of being an educator than to spend the time talking about, you know, the 5D, the model, how to go. You know, we need to spend more time looking at really unlearning what we learned and learning new concepts as teachers. So we are perpetrators, criminals. all of the above.
So you hear all, all the confessions. So this is the reason again, we try to understand the problem. And if we're going to look at the problem, we need to see what is the role of teachers in the problem, and obviously the role of teacher in providing solution as well. So that's the reason, essentially. Once we try to see that we have something that can be workable with the model, we realize the first groups that we need to work with it is the teacher. That we have to start with the teacher to see what they think and to see how we can, in a way, communicate what we have it in our mind and heart to their mind and heart, and see the transformation in them first. Then they can go and actually be in this case, the transformative agent in their school. Yes.
I would just disagree with something you just said.
Okay. Very, very good. Yes, go ahead.
It's not you said teachers, but I think what are we expecting of teachers as an ummah, as parents, as society? We're expecting them, and I'm saying we, and I'm generalizing, but good teachers are defined oftentimes by parents and by the hierarchy, by administrators, as those who are able to teach a particular lesson, give an assessment, and the students do what?
Transform knowledge.
And again, it's the outer manifestations and stuff, right? We really look at, oftentimes we think of good teachers as being those who are able to do that piece, to teach students to become engineers and doctors and such, but not to be human beings as we define them in Islam. So it's how we make teachers who they are.
Yeah, very good. You know what I say this? I say this. That's very good, actually. You think we disagree, but I think I agree with you in the following way. I say, Levis is right, bad teachers are criminals, but I say he doesn't see the other side, the good teachers are criminals too. What you're saying that the good teachers that do the teaching in the way you describe, even if they succeed to give that information, but they do not help them to transform to be human, they also are criminals, because the objective of the learning is supposed to help them to be better human being. If you're just helping them to get a good, let's say, skills to gain good job and more money, that's not a success. So in that case, therefore, what I look at is I say, in modern times, in a secular education, both good teachers and bad teachers are criminals. Both of them, not only the bad teachers. Yes.
There's a little bit I want to add to the good and the bad teachers. So I actually recently talked to my sister about this. She's also a student. And I had an amazing physics teacher who made me love physics. And he took a very different approach to like traditional high school, where he actually taught us the topics with examples, with analogies like he did here. And my sister absolutely hated it. She really did not enjoy that type of teaching style because she was kind of conditioned in the programmatic, I want to just get the formulas down, do the process, get the answer right, and then get the good mark at the end. She wasn't concerned about having the understanding to apply these topics into later classes. And the reason why I enjoyed it so much was because it forced me as a student to actually pursue knowledge differently. Not just so much just get the mark and move on, which is a problem that we have in like our system, in education system today, where kids are more focused on success, quote unquote, which is the good grade, and that's it. So I guess it's a problem with...
Yeah, that's very good. But this is what we call it. We call it surface learning versus deep learning. So the surface learning is basically you're interested in the grade and performance, not in the knowledge and learning. And you try to perform and get good grade and then move on. In deep learning, you're interested in understanding. So your point here is the educational system pushing us toward the surface learning, not the deep learning. I will say as an educator, the way we design our syllabus, the way we actually treat our students is mostly toward the surface learning, not the deep learning. So I think that's the reason that in this case, when your objective is the grade and GPA, you don't care about the deep learning. You want to just do the surface learning. Now the question of like, if you recall what Levin was saying that what really will make you to be an effective teacher? What are the teaching methods? You mentioned simplifying. You mentioned the use of analogy. Now, those are type of things as a tool we think are very useful. We can learn and discuss that. But the problem we have with secular education is the very objective of education is not to make human to be human. It's just provide them certain skills that they can perform better as the factory workers, as just, are robots in the industry. Yes? Yeah.
I think I would just say that the institutional schizophrenia, where there's the duality of knowledge. So it's not just what they're teaching, it's the types of knowledge. Mm. And even the good teacher and the bad teacher can produce opposite outcomes, because what consists of knowledge isn't taught. They don't have the skill basis. Now that goes to leadership, because they have to deconstruct the mind and that epistemological thought, so that they can see what the actual ultimate outcome should be.
So again, the problem is with the knowledge, not the, let's say, teacher conveying or communicating this knowledge. Was here? Yes.
Okay. My name is Fatih, physics PhD. I may be one of the boring physicians. Actually, in master, I did my master study in daily life experiences in physics, and I developed many activities during physics lessons, so it was very effective. Actually, if you integrate daily life experiences in physics lessons, it may be very effective for students to learn even the academic or theory. So I think this professor is very famous in our subject, all to level. So actually what he did is daily life experiences. So daily life experiences means to explain daily life phenomena with physical theories. So I think it's very effective. We should use those activities. We should use daily life experiences. We should use why it's so, why it's fall, why it's heat, why it's like that. So you should do this. Actually, in our subject, for example, connection between God, Creator, and nature, we should make connections between while we are making connections between Creator and the nature, we can integrate daily life things like that.
Okay, so good. I think. Okay. Let's just move on, because so we have 30 minutes. So you see that people really like the brain exercise part, and we love to as well, because we get different perspective. But we have to move on. So again, this is the Quran uses analogy of Alam tara kayfa daraba Allahu mathalan kalimatan tayyibatan kashajaratun tayyibatun. So the Quran used the analogy of good tree as for good knowledge, or I convert this as a good education. Okay, so in this case, a good education is a type of education that actually grow a good fruit. In this case, it depends on what you feed the tree, and the bad education obviously will not do that job, will do the opposite one. Okay, yeah. So the bad education, so you can see, is basically somehow what you feed the tree, what you feed the students will make them to dry out and die. So again, we say the problem is with the knowledge, the problem with particularly scientific knowledge, because we separate the creation from creator, because the ideology behind the existing scientific knowledge is materialistic. And in materialistic worldview, there is no room for anything beyond the matter, which is, there is missing of malakut dimension. So again, if we visualize or we discuss, so the problem comes in two stages. We disconnect the creation from the creator, and we misconnect the creation to nature, material cause, and chances. So that's essentially, we can, in a way, summarize that. So the result, the outcome of such problem, that instead of being connected to the creator as Abdullah, so we are connecting to ourself, become Abdul self, or we're connecting to everything else, become Abdul all. So because basically that will be the results. If you don't connect to Allah, you have to, in a way, worship to everything in this regard. So we think that's come from the Christian Trinity, that we know Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. And that's been replaced through the secular education by, we call secular Trinity, instead of Father, now we have Mother, that's Mother Nature. Instead of Son, now we have the cause and effect. Effect is the sum of the cause. So the cause effect is the way is the Son. And then instead of chance, then the Holy Spirit, that we have a holy chance, that you're very lucky that you get the thing. So we see a lot of, again, things that reflect this ideology in the daily discourse and in the textbook. So again, we can call it naturalism, natural laws. And one of the concepts that we really see again and again is the nature, or it's very natural to use nature in many things. So this is kind of, and again, explaining the disconnection in historical context. So it starts with Newtonian physics. Though Newton was a very religious guy, actually, we know that even he rejected Trinity and he believed in oneness of God. But the Newtonian physics essentially give the tool to people to believe as if you can explain and understand creation without creator. Because Newtonian physics explain everything based on certain laws and the material interaction, and leave no necessity for the creator, and provide a perfect tool for you to become deist if you somehow believe in God. And obviously life is the greatest miracle and sign of God. And with the Darwinian ideology, that now we took this life from the creator and give the environmental condition that bring the life over time that we call evolution. And then we see this connection, obviously, in political science, like a guy like a John Locke will say that politics is something, religion is something they call separation of church and state, in which that as if like the religion has nothing to do with the social and personal life, or it should be just in private issue. In economics, we have Adam Smith, that he says that you don't have to wait for the akhirah to go to Jannah, you can build your Jannah in dunya. And essentially, we see even Muslims are rushing to build the Jannah in dunya rather than waiting, you know, to go to Jannah in akhirah. So that's free market capitalism. So again, that's, you know, it's a different field. You can see this connection, how it's integrated. So the result is that we lost the connection. And because we connect to the creator through the creation, as I mentioned, that's like the phone for us. So once you lose this creation to be the medium, then you lost the connection with the creator. Now, in the third part, we're going to talk about how scientism, secularism reflect in science and bring scientism to us to further see that. So this is what Stephen Hawking says. I want to hear from 2-3 of you. This is one of really, Hawking is one of very strange guy, if you know that they were considered, when he was alive, they was considered to be, you know, a living Einstein, okay? And the guy, though at a very early age he paralyzed, and he even lost his voice, he was communicating using technology and promoting this atheistic idea in an extremely arrogant way. And here's what he says. He says, before we understood science, it was natural to believe that God created the universe, but now science offers a more convincing explanation. Now, what does this mean to you? Particularly, I want you to think of this in terms of your own curriculum. What does it mean really in terms of, let's say, what we do in school? Do you think that it says anything about our educational system, our way of really explaining and understanding creation? What do you think? Would you get it when you reflect on that one? Yes. Where's Mike? Do you have Mike there? I think the brother Malik disappeared. He was okay. You can. Yeah, you can give this one.
The mic is.
Oh, there? Oh, okay. So we're looking for you. See, you see your mic guy. You shall not disappear. We can know you're absent.
So Stephen Hawking is known to promote this false understanding that God is akin to Zeus or mythological creatures and fairy tales. And with that, he implies that religion is a man-made fairy tale that's there to help us make meaning, thereby implying that religion is a subjective experience. And I have personal experience with this, having taught high school and university children as a small focus group, delivering rational-based evidence for why Islam is true. One student, when I asked her to explain what her understanding of Islam is, she said, basically, Islam is a religion whereby people can make meaning of the world because we have to understand how the world works. And this was absolutely alarming because Islam is an objective reality. It was, it is, and it always will be. So we'll see this even in Islam schools where there is, because of the unfortunate pervasiveness of the public school system, there can be an emphasis on coexistence and on identity. And with that, we can get lost on the cultural markers of what Islam is. But we really need to go back to the intellectualism defined by Islam, but the intellectual, rational-based reasons for why Islam is true, then define who God is, as mashallah is done in the 5D thinking program by reflecting back on our neediness for God, right? So we're constantly driving back to the understanding of how we are connected to the Creator.
But let me ask you a concrete question. If you're going to teach about water in your science class, why do you need to bring God in this class? Don't you think that teaching purely from scientific perspective, as Hawking claim, will be sufficient for you?
No, because there is a Creator, and that Creator is the one whom we should worship. And because we are created with certain parameters, then we are, of course, asked by Allah to reflect and also to be grateful towards Him. So,
but how would you connect Creator to, let's say, your science subject? That's the question. How would you connect that? Because this is a purely scientific subject. That's what he's claiming. He's claiming that, look, science now tell us that water is made of hydrogen and oxygen. It can explain how it's come together and form the water. So, and it's more convincing and more useful because I can go and use this information, perhaps make somehow something like a water. So, and your things, your faith, you believe God made it, fine, that's with you. But I don't need this one in a science class.
But then again, then we have to draw back to the proposition that I offered earlier, that Islam is an evidence-based reality. And if what I say is true, and that Islam can be proven to be an objective reality, that objectively there is a God who has certain commands, and these commands entail us to reflect, to worship Him and to reflect, then we can see that, and again we have to define what science is. Science is a study of cause and effect. Now, I don't see any odds between embracing certain elements of science as long as we can understand what cause and effect are from within the Islamic perspective.
Oh, so what you want to get the science and frame it within Islamic perspective,
No,
and then...
No, that's putting words in my mouth. It's to understand what science is from within, first of all, from looking within the Islamic worldview, right? So what Stephen Hawking does is he continues, through his books, to try to trap us through the atheist thinking frame. which again, as I established earlier, was, or as I said earlier, it's unfortunately, it's a trauma response to religious corruption from Christianity. Now, if we can unpack really what science is, and if we see that science is the study of cause and effect, well, then what does Islam have to say about that? Right? And then we can work backwards from there.
So you'll start with Islamic worldview first.
Yes.
Then you're going to go science after that. Very good. Anyone else? This is really, I want you to think deeply. This guy is not saying something simple. He's really telling us something very interesting. Yes, Sister Esma?
It's actually, we were talking about teachers who are criminals. I think this is the prototype of a criminal teacher. Because he is putting his opinion as a fact and as which is not. So it's indoctrination, and that's a kind of a criminal act. Because this quote is used as a fact, while it's not. It's a theory. It's an opinion. So I think this is what's happening to our children as well in class. Teachers are putting forward their opinions, while it's not a fact, it's not proven, because we can prove easily that God has created everything, because that's what we believe, but it's also, what the sister said, it's also, Islam is completely compatible with science, because Allah gives us the whole knowledge, His hikmah, and we can learn everything from the Quran.
Yes, Sophia. Okay.
I have actually a question for the group. I was at a school doing an assessment visit, and there was a teacher there. It was a non-Muslim teacher. And in the staff interviews, we were talking about how teachers are bringing Islam into their classrooms. And this teacher who taught science said she was telling students, she told students that the reason it's better to sit when you drink water, because all Muslim teachers were telling them, sit down when you're drinking water, right? But they weren't being told why. So the science teacher said, because when you drink water standing up, it goes too quickly down through the whatever organs, it doesn't get absorbed, the nutrients don't get absorbed everywhere they should be, so it's better to sit. And she offered that explanation of why you should follow the Islamic principle. Now, everyone's very happy that, oh, that's great, she's bringing Islam into, using Islam to explain why, or sorry, using science to explain why we should do certain things that are Islamically appropriate to do. What is the problem? Is there a problem? How do we solve the problem if there is one?
Yeah. Very good. So anyway, I think we have to move on again. We have only 15 minutes left. So I have another brain exercise question so we can get it done. So essentially, the reason I brought this one is because what he's saying science is in a way replacing religion in our understanding of the creation. That's what he's saying that. He's saying, look, in the old time, you will understand the tree, the stars, the water, based on religion because there was no science. But now, science is going to tell you what is water, what is the sun, how does the sun work, how does the seed work. So the science provides explanation, and science is sufficient, is better, his argument. And that's exactly what we see almost in every school, including Islamic schools. Because we haven't seen any single Islamic schools that have a science textbooks that will introduce the universe, the creation, based on Islamic worldview, not based on secular scientific worldview. How do you introduce the tree, the plant, the fruit, the star, the camel, the rain, the water cycle, based on the Quranic worldview? And I think when we look at it, we see the entire educational system, in a way, preaching and teaching the secular ideology. So in this regard, that's really what he says is not really, in a way, bad teacher. I say he's just actually stating the fact. That is now the fact in the 21st century in terms of what is happening in the schooling system. Now, there's one guy I want to really move on. We have a little time, and I will. So there are two, I think, important guys we can read and learn a lot. One is Canadian scholar Charles Taylor. Now, he wrote the books over 800 pages, I think, that I read it with a great pleasure and enlightenment. Now, this guy, I think he's Christian. My reading of his work, he's a Christian guy. but he is a great scholar to really look at the world and to see how we all have been secularized. And he defined 3 different types of secularization. The first one is very commonly known as separation of church and state. The second one is the decline of religion in a public arena. But he put a lot of emphasis on the third type of secularization, which is, he says that you are secular if you seek the fulfillment in this world with this world. Which means that, he says, even if you go to the mosque, or he used the church and synagogue, but I can add it mosque very easily to his statement. If you go to the mosque even, if your objective is to have a paradise in this world, with this world, in his definition you are secular. Because he says that religion in the old time means that you always think about life after this life. So your primary objective was always akhirah, even in Christianity and Judaism. But in modern time, it says, even when you go to the church, your objective is always this world, what you're going to gain in this world. So that is, in a way, make you to be secularized. So the other one, I think I will show something there that maybe I need to move there. Okay. So Nasr, right? Yeah. So the other one is, I will praise something from Nasr, and then we'll have a little discussion on that. I think when we started this project, so essentially, one of the major scholars that we came across is the Sayyid Hussein Nasr. Now, again, some of you might disregard the guy because, let's say, his Shia connection. But I look at this as one of very intellectual, a great intellectual mind. It's Georgetown University, has PhD, I think, from MIT in physics, and is a well-established, credible, credentialed scholar. But he went to science first. Then he realized the problem with the knowledge. So I read his PhD thesis. He published as a book. And I think I still have that one. And I took the note at the very back of the book. I was truly amazed with his diagnosis of the problem. But I wrote it, I think, 2 pages with my handwriting at the back of the book saying, look, you did an excellent job to telling me what is the problem, but you don't really tell me what is the solution, what can I do, okay? And you will see that his interview, that I think he did absolutely amazing job in terms of diagnosing the problem, okay? What he says that the secularization has been done systematically in the Muslim world since 13th century onwards. He says that nowhere in the intrusion of secularism into the Islamic world is more evident than in the field of education. So he's saying, as a scholar of the field, they designed the educational system intentionally to colonize the mind, to secularize the mind. This is especially true not so much because of the subject matter taught, but because of the point of view from which the subjects are taught. The medieval Muslim schools also taught mathematics, natural sciences, languages, and philosophy. However, the modern subjects bearing the same name are not simply the continuation of the Islamic sciences. Now, what is the difference? He's saying, like, we teach the same subject, but the way we teach is not the same. What is the difference? Here's what he says. He says that the differences in the old time, when Muslims were teaching those subjects, the Islamic sciences breathed in a universe in which God was everywhere. They were based upon certainty and search after the principle of unity, tawheed, in things which is reached through synthesis and integration. The modern sciences, on the contrary, live in a world in which God is nowhere, or even if there, is irrelevant to the science. They are based on doubt, having once and for all turned their back on the unifying principle of things. They seek to analyze and divide the content of nature to an even ever greater degree, moving toward multiplicity and away from unity. So essentially he's saying that what I call it, it says that Islam is all about Tawheed. But Tawheed is not only oneness of Allah, Tawheed is the oneness of existence as well. So as Allah is one, the existence is also united as if it's one single thing. Like the body consists of 70 trillion cells on average, but you have a single body. It's unified in extreme way. You cannot separate anything from the whole body. The entire universe functions like a human body. So there is extreme level of Tawheed in existence, the unity in existence. He's saying that the modern science essentially cut everything into the pieces in the name of specialization, departmentalization, and lose the sight of seeing the unity in the creation. And therefore lose the sight of seeing the oneness of the Creator. Now let's look at this interview with him.
Concerned, this is relating to the feelings of some.
This is Dr. Alparslan interviewing him.
You said earlier in one of your publications, unless we demolish the secular humanistic foundations of modern science that have been in place since the Renaissance and combine them with a more contrasting knowledge, it's impossible for Muslim scientists to operate in a way that remains true to the essence of intellectual world of Islam. So how is this possible? And also, one of my colleagues actually, he said, please relate my feeling that I would like to congratulate him to be the first Muslim intellectual to bring this issue in the earliest times.
Astaghfirullah, that Allah Ta'ala put me through this experience that to prepare me for this, because I am, astaghfirullah, the first Muslim intellectual at a deep training in our own spiritual intellectual tradition. Yeah. And also the highest Western education, the best Western institution like MIT and Harvard. Yeah. And first in my class, and know Western science quite well. Yeah. And know Islamic philosophy, and I was able to criticize Western science, not on the basis of shouting kuffar or something like that, some alim would do, but with logic and with understanding. And now there are many others, alhamdulillah, in the field. And I'm happy now that I'm at the end of my life to see the fruit of this over half-century effort, with more than that, the 70-year efforts I've made since I've been making in my 20s. I believe this sentence that you're on, yes, this is a text of mine. Yeah. This is totally false for all Muslims to identify Western science with the word ilm, which comes from Arabic, which you have in Turkish and Persian and Urdu and Swahili, all the Islamic languages, Malay and so on. Modern science is a very particular way of looking at the world. Yeah. It is based on, first of all, cutting the hands of God from His creation. Right. I have an honors degree in physics from MIT. Right. So I speak to someone who knows something about physics. Yeah. You can be a pious Christian, you can be an atheist. It doesn't matter to the field of physics. Yeah. That is what for us in Islam is central. The reality of Allah Ta'ala. Right. The fact that He is Al-Haq, not only Al-Haq, but Al-Khalaq, the creator of this world, the sustainer of this world, and often reflect His reality, is totally irrelevant to modern science. Yeah. Now, you cannot have a Islamic civilization which has the Quran on the one side and modern Western science on the other side, and sends its children to high school and colleges to study Western science as science. Yeah. And engineering is the application of that. That civilization will collapse. Yeah. That will collapse. That's why I wrote this. We must demolish the secular and humanistic foundation of modern science. I never said that sodium and chlorine added together do not make salt. Yeah. I said the foundations, the secular and humanistic foundations of modern science. We have to be able to integrate modern science into our own very rich scientific tradition. which is one of the things I've sought to do all my life. And I'm very, very sad that I wrote books over 50 years ago on Islamic science that are taught still in universities in my own country, around 1 million copies. So why not have another generation come and replace it? I would be very happy to be forgotten and have some other person pursue this. It's very sad, very, very sad that we need to do this. We need to do this. We need to teach our children at school from that age on that Islamic science, the root in the Islamic tradition.
Yeah.
And then Western science from the point of view of Islamic science. None learn Western science as a revelation from heaven and then apply it to our thought and civilization and everything and live as a house divided unto itself.
Yeah.
Christ said a house divided unto itself shall not endure. Saying from the Gospel of the Christians.
Yeah.
And also St. Ignatius, also a prophet of Islam. You cannot endure like that. You must be able to have an integrated worldview. You must be able to criticize modern Western science. You must be able to integrate that in that which is acceptable, reject that which is not acceptable.
Yeah.
That's what the great Islamic civilization at the beginning did with Greek science and Greek culture.
Right.
Translate all these works in mathematics, algebra, medicine, astronomy, and so on and so on, from Greek and Syriac into Arabic, and created a great Islamic scientific tradition.
Right.
But they didn't accept everything. It rejected completely the Greek mythology of the gods.
Right.
Where are the Olympian gods in Arabic?
Yeah.
They're in there.
Yeah.
So we have a very good lesson from our own ancestors.
Yeah.
If these people who call themselves Salafis, which was following the ancestors, follow not only a few illiterate people walking in the desert in Arabia, but followed actually what our Salaf did, and it would be wonderful.
Yeah.
But that's not what we're doing. Fortunately, again, here there are some changes to be seen. Yes, there are some changes to be seen. And strangely enough, I've been in exile from my country for 40 years. Iran and Turkey, which have two very different political structures, are the two countries in which this has been done most. They're also in Turkey. There are a number of very important scholars who are beginning to realize this, who are writing critical views on Western science and Western philosophy. And in Iran, there are many now. There are many, many now.
Well, thank you very much. Professors, just before we finish, I would like to ask if you have any suggestions, like nasiha or wasiyya for Muslim youth in general and Turkish youth in particular.
Actually, the nasiha, the advice I have for all Muslim youth is the same, whether Turkish, Persian, Arab, or whatever.
Right.
Most important thing is to be authentically oneself, to accept our own culture, civilization as our own.
Yeah.
Not to always live on artificial and borrowed terms.
Yeah.
Not to always try to emulate and ape another civilization. To have actually confidence in our own tradition.
Yeah.
First of all, our religion, what flowed from it in the form of hadith and sunnah, for the Prophet, on the religious level, but also on the intellectual level, on the artistic level. We cannot jump suddenly and play 12-tone music of Schoenberg without knowing classical Ottoman music, or classical Persian music, like so many of our musicians do. I'm just giving you as an example. Or start painting on some expressionist painter after Picasso without knowing our own tradition of painting and so on. Go back to our own tradition, learn and be rooted in it. And the same way for generation after generation, while the Islamic civilization was alive, new generations came who created in both continuity and new creativity. They're both there. But if you don't have continuity, then gradually the plant dies out. And the great Islamic civilization will no longer flourish. So pray for all of them wherever they are, the young men and women. The hope of the Islamic world, of course, is on them. And inshallah, Allah Ta'ala will help out everyone to keep this candle burning until the end of time.
Okay, so I think it's a very good ending to give you a lot of things to discuss during the lunchtime. So you see that just 2-3 points I just want to highlight, so the rest you can find yourself. So essentially, first he described the problem as cutting the hand of God from creation. You see that we call the separation of creation from the creator. He used the hand of God because Quran used yad, you know, that's why I think used as analogy, because it's Quranic analogy. And then he described basically Muslims, rather than having their own worldview and Islamic sciences, they just try to get everything from the West as if it's revelation. And then they try to kind of fit into that let's say, this knowledge. So in a way, he's saying, no, you need to really start from your own worldview, and then you can get what's from the West if it's only compatible with your worldview. That's, I think, he described it this way. But other things that he mentioned, in a way, it was very interesting. He says, like, he published something 50 years ago. They still use it in the university. He says he will rather to be forgotten than having his books to be read for 50 years, because that means there's no one else has done anything since 50 years. So that's, I think, very interesting to really hear in a way as a you know. And meanwhile, he made, I think, good dua, right, and give us good message, and is very hopeful. And I think, inshallah, everyone who's here in this program with such intention to see how we can rebuild the Muslim mind and based on the Islamic worldview. I think with that, we're going to end it, inshallah, our morning session. So now is the lunch time, and we'll reconvene at 2 o'clock. Okay? Thank you very much. Okay, I think we can start. Professor Hamza, are you there? Yes, I am. Okay. Let me introduce you briefly, if you allow me, and then after that we can, go through your presentation. But I see a lot of people here. You don't see them, but I will try to, on their behalf, ask you some questions to just, basically make sure we can benefit more from your lectures. And then after that, we'll open the floor for everyone to ask their questions as well. Sounds good. Yeah, so let me introduce Professor Hamza. Professor Hamza, he's a professor of physics in Canada. He got his PhD at MIT and then in physics, and he did a postdoc in, I think it's in Cornell University, and he is the head of a graduate program in physics in, I don't know what's your university names, Professor Hamza? What is the name of your university?
The University of New Brunswick.
On New Brunswick, okay. So in which part of Canada?
Eastern part of Canada.
Okay.
East of Quebec.
Okay, so we met with Professor Hamza in very interesting way. We have a program called Existence and Meaning. So an Existence and Meaning program, essentially it's like a graduate level programs that we offer. It has been like 10 semesters. So somehow I think I saw his works and I sent him a message about the program. And despite all his accomplishments, he actually decided to join our program as a student. Like, it was amazing to have him, in our class for, I think it's two semesters. So he joined us, and we had a lot of discussion, and we had the whole summer an Arabic class with him. So it was very good. After Fajr, we'll have it an Arabic reading and discussion in the class. Professor Hamza, the reason that I thought he will be a really excellent instructor and contributor to the program, he has been in this kitchen of making science for all of his career. So he knows what is being cooked there and how it's being cooked. So he can tell us the good side and the bad side, and anything they mix it in terms of ideology. I think he's well aware of that. And and I think, obviously, since he is well established in the field, he can better explain what is the problem with the science, and that's the reason we asked him to kindly join our session. I told him that this is not like university professors; they are all educators. They are looking for practical side. So and that's, I think, Professor Hamza struggling to see how he can get down to our level, but I think he prepares some things, and hopefully, again, I will be here. I told him I'm going to interview him from time to time to make sure that what he is going to present is going to be digestible to us. Now the floor is yours, Professor Hamza.
First, thank you for inviting me to speak to the group. I'm sure that as a non-expert, I'm not an expert in education. I'm sure that some people will find my statements to be totally wrong. So you'll have to forgive my mistakes. Whatever mistakes I make, they're my responsibility, and I ask you to forgive me. And if I say anything Arabic and that could benefit you or your students or the environment in which you're involved, then it's a great achievement. I've been in the field of teaching and research for like Dr. Necati just said, for most of my life, or as far as I remember. To give you a context, I mean, it's very often people forget where they come from, and in Arabic we call it ghafla. If you forget where you come from, it's like you're absent-minded, and when you're absent-minded, I was brought up to say, if you go absent-minded, you need to make wudu from you need to perform your ablutions again and again. Al-ghafla, in Arabic we say al-ghafla najasa. Al-ghafla najasa means, you need to purify yourself from ghafla. And I think the Islamic world has been in ghafla for now a very long time. And one of the signatures of this ghafla is our straying away from the first principles and our creed in Islam. When the Prophet he said, مكارم الأخلاق, how do you complete them? How do you complete these ethical values if you're not teaching the proper subjects properly to the youth that will become the leaders of this ummah, inshallah. So, having said that, I've been asked to speak about sciences. So, any subject, as you already know as educators, you need to define it. You need to define it. That means when you give a definition logically means that you set the boundaries of that word. For example, in Arabic, we say تعريف العلم. How do you define what ilm is? What ilm could mean many things, but you need to define it. You need to limit it. You need to say what it is, so that when you speak about it, when you speak about anything, the semantics becomes extremely important, because what a word means to you may not mean the same for this. What a word means to you may not mean the same things to your colleagues. What the word means to you may not mean anything that people understand. And you need to clarify that. So we can start by scientism. I've been asked to speak about scientism. I've been the academia or the academy per se for a long time. So I understand to a certain extent what it is that is being conveyed in the ivory towers that we call universities. So the ivory tower, why? Because from a Western concept, it's a place that you hear often people say academic freedom, the freedom of to say things or to conduct research in subjects that if you were to go out of these institutions, you will not be able to do it because you become liable. But because because some of us who are privileged to work in these institutions, we can talk about certain subjects that supposedly are taboo. We can conduct research about certain subjects that are not accessible to anyone. So there's this independence or pseudo-independence because people think we're independent. But the whole field, the academic field has changed tremendously over the past, say, starting the 80s, 90s, things started to appear on the surface of a lot of things that we do in academia that are not necessarily very healthy for Muslim kids in particular, because that academic freedom is being redefined, relimited, and I'm going to speak about that. So people understand that whenever you ask an academician, or especially in the hardcore sciences, like in physics, in astronomy, in biology, in chemistry, and I will not talk about mathematics because mathematics is slightly different than say physics or chemistry or biology or the other subjects like geology or earth sciences and so on. The hardcore sciences, and I'm not going to talk about humanities or the arts because I'm not an expert in these areas, but I've been interacting a lot with people in the humanities and arts because of a personal interest. So I know certain things that are not necessarily visible to a lot of people. So let's start by defining what some people say is scientists. One of the first quotes that you see on your screen is the definition that Bertrand said. Bertrand Russell is a logician, or was a logician, a British logician, and I think he was at Cambridge, and he was very influential in the 20th century. He's one of the most influential philosophers and logicians, which means that he was a mathematician as well. So of the 20th century. Here's what he says about knowledge. And remember, I haven't said anything about what knowledge is, and he's going to define it. Whatever knowledge is attainable, that means whatever you can by making some kind of an effort, you can acquire. That knowledge must be attained by scientific methods. But what science cannot discover, mankind cannot know. So this is an extremely, extremely well-defined subject. He says explicitly, knowledge can only be attained by scientific method. Anything else is not knowable. So let's go to the next slide. Dr. Necati, the next slide, please.
1 second. Can you see that? I think let's see. Yeah.
Just the scroll. So in any case, so I'm going to use another definition, which is given by another philosopher, and his name is Massimo Pigliucci. He's Massimo is a philosopher of science.
Can you see that now?
And he's also a biologist by training.
Next slide.
Yeah, okay.
There it is. So Massimo Pigliucci. By training, he's an evolutionary biologist. So, and Massimo, so that, you know, in Islam, or at least in our tradition as Muslims, we are taught ilm al-rijal. Ilm al-rijal is, before you take a word from somebody, you need to know who that person is. So Massimo Pigliucci was a biologist, an evolutionary biologist, and then he decided he didn't like what he was seeing in biology. He went and got a PhD in philosophy of science, and he's now he's been teaching at the, if I'm not mistaken, at the University of New York, in New York, NYU. So, and he teaches philosophy, and he's a stoic. He's very much into stoicism. So here's what he said: scientists, depending on who you ask, the term refers either to a tendency of making science into an all-encompassing ideology, or at the very least to claim far more on its behalf than it can deliver, or to a most reasonable assessment of science as the only reliable source of knowledge. So again, he's saying science is the only source, is the only way to knowledge. There's no other way to knowledge. No other way, according to scientists. He says, scientists, again, is the excessive belief in the power of scientific knowledge and techniques. So excessive belief, it's a belief system. You have to believe that the only way, the most powerful way, the most efficient way, the most accurate way to gain knowledge is to do it through the science as defined in the modern time. Is the next one. And this is another quote by Paul Fagard in the book entitled "The Brain and the Meaning of Life," published in 2010. He says science is the belief, so it's a belief system. It's a belief that science is all the real knowledge there is. And notice in this definition, he adds real knowledge. That is, if there is real knowledge, there must be imaginary knowledge or some other knowledge, right? But the real knowledge can only be attained or acquired through science as we know it today. And he says, what is reality? He says, reality is those things and processes identified by well-established fields of science using theories backed by evidence drawn from systematic observations and experiments. So for all of us now, reality has to come from observations and experiments. So if you cannot conduct an experiment, or you cannot make observations about a system, then whatever you get is not real. Whatever you acquire in terms of knowledge is not real knowledge, and therefore they implicitly imply that that knowledge is useless. And then, of course, Richard Dawkins in The God Illusion, he repeats that give me all the initial conditions of a system, and I have the laws of evolution of the system, I will forecast anything in the future. And then Napoleon said, how about God? And Pierre-Simon de Laplace responded. He said, the existence of God is the scientific hypothesis, like any other, and there is no need for it. And there is no need for it is what Pierre-Simon de Laplace told Napoleon. And Richard Dawkins rephrased it in the God Delusion. The next slide, please. Then again, I'm hammering down the concept of, or the use of the word scientism. This is by Alex Rosenberg in a book entitled The Atheist's Guide to Reality. So he says, this is the conviction that the methods of science are the only reliable ways to secure knowledge of anything. Science provides all the significant truths about reality, and knowing such truth is what real understanding is all about. Once you adopt science, you will also be able to cease treating the humanities as knowledge. Alex Rosenberg just, all the arts and humanities are not knowledge. It's an activity that has nothing to do with knowledge. So you can see that scientists focuses on a method, on the belief on a method, and that method, according to this definition, would lead to real knowledge. Anything else is hubris. It's garbage. Next slide, please. So I wanted to just give a brief, this is a definition of science within the Western culture. I'm not going to, we can discuss how we view science in the Eastern part, or as Muslims.
Professor Hamza, can we have a little discussion to digest the first part before we move with that one? So basically, what you mentioned, so you refer to science and scientism. Now, the key part is to really distinguish difference between science and scientism. So you begin with scientism, then now you're going to give us definition of science, let's say, from Western point of view. So scientism you define as a belief system in which that you emphasize two things, that about knowledge and reality. The scientism essentially saying that science is the only way of gaining knowledge, or true knowledge, or verified knowledge, or real knowledge. Second is that you said scientism is to see that science is the tool for all kind of knowledge that's true. So in this case, to say science for everything, and science is the only way for everything. So that's like you see the scientism. So the other things that you emphasize, that scientism is also accept things only empirical based knowledge as the knowledge of reality, and anything that's not empirical based, that's not even real. That's just like a maybe their imagination or their thing. So the question here is this: as a scientist, don't you think that science indeed is more kind of reliable way of gaining knowledge? How do we get this scientism that's, isn't because that science is really more structure and give you the methodology, give you a particular way of testing your idea as a result that we get scientism? So, and don't you to a certain extent agree with them that as a scientist that science or scientific knowledge is somehow more reliable knowledge? And how would you, why in this case, what do you see as a false idea within the scientism that you think, what it came from, how they got this idea? Why, when science maybe as a tool could be useful, how they turn the science into something that is you as a scientist you think is wrong. How did we get this wrong way within science, and why in this case we basically think scientism is wrong?
Well, it's a loaded question here, because I can speak, or at least I can try to speak about different aspects, but the premises, the initial conditions are already set in scientism. So, you know, in order to build a house, you have to have a foundation. So, scientism tells you what the foundation is and what the only foundation is. Anything else is not part of the foundation. And then you can build anything you want. So you can build a skyscraper on that foundation. You can build a house. You can build a shanty house or whatever. But the foundation is the same. And in that foundation, anything that is that you cannot go to a laboratory and perform an experiment that will tell you, that gives you a number so that you quantify that concept. If you cannot do that, scientism tells you it's garbage. I don't want to hear about that. So, you know, so there is a whole set of contingencies that scientists cannot handle. In particular, you know, the simple one is there are truths in, say, mathematics. You know, when you teach a kid 1 + 1 = 2, you don't need a proof. You don't need a proof. You know, it's knowledge that we understand. You know, it's knowledge that you don't have to go to a lab and get 2 things, and then out of the 2 things you have a method to show that if you add them, you're going to get 2. So in mathematics, there are things, at least from a logic point of view. Of course, we can go into a rabbit hole there too, because in mathematics there are some theorems that tell you about the incompleteness of any algorithmic system. You know, that the logician Kurt Gödel proved in the 30s. So there are things that you know, scientism does not put into the equation a priori, that is at the beginning and for us, and for me as a Muslim, as somebody who does research in physics, you know, the premise, I mean, is telling me that there is no God from the beginning. That's a hypothesis that is not needed, is problematic, because I cannot explain where life comes from using the science methods. I cannot. You cannot tell me where the initial conditions came from. Science tells you, has laws that tell you, if you give me an initial condition, then I can tell you what the next step is going to be. But it doesn't tell me anything about the initial conditions. So I would not know where life came from, or I would not know where the electron came from. Say the electron, people talk about electrons, but the electrons, they talk about them in terms of their mathematical properties. So an electron has a charge, an electron has a spin, and an electron has some properties, you know. But these properties don't make the electron. So I don't know what the electron is. So you talk about anything. What is the most fundamental part that is not addressed by modern science is the initial conditions. What are the initial conditions? How come the initial conditions are what the science say they are. Maybe they are not what science says they are. So that is problematic. And in fact, science does correcting. It corrects itself as it goes along because it assumes certain initial conditions. It makes them evolve according to the laws of science, right? And when they get an output that doesn't coincide with something that is observed in the laboratory, they have to go back and change the initial condition, change the fundamental assumptions so that they can retry the laws to get to an answer that is consistent with what is observed in the laboratory. So if you teach a kid that the initial conditions are sacred, the laws are sacred, then the outcome is going to be sacred. So if you brainwash a kid saying, here is a method called the scientific method that assumes that at the beginning there was nothing, and then out of nothing came something, right? And we know how that something evolved with the laws of nature. And we can explain why the sky is blue, why there are tornadoes and hurricanes and so on. Therefore, we are right. Therefore, we are right. And then when the laws do not lead to the proper forecasts, we have to change the initial conditions. So there is a constant remanipulation of the initial conditions to get the outcome that science wants. I mean, in statistics, they call it p-hacking. You know, when you do statistics and you want the outcome, yeah, you want an outcome, you design a hypothesis that will give you your outcome. And then you get a p-value for the statistical behavior of the system. You get a p-value that is good enough to justify your manipulating the hypothesis so that the outcome is what you want. So science is doing exactly that.
Yeah, Professor Hamza, let me again, intervene to just make sure we really we get it what you're telling us. So you have a problem with the foundation because the science sets certain foundation, right? And then you said it's based on the belief system, and then you're saying that the science is basically inviting us to the lab if something not, let's say, empirical is not accepting that. And you emphasize again and again in this initial condition. But let's say if we put it in a simple term, in schools, they all teach all these things, let's say the Big Bang, okay? So as a Muslim scientist, if we accept that God let's say, God is the creator of the universe, but there are certain laws, and then we give you the laws and give you the particles, and we start the process with the Big Bang, and until today, as a scientist, just describe it and come up with a theory and explain it. What would be wrong with such understanding? Why you will have a problem with that? If we grant you, let's say, what you want and say, yes, we don't know the source, but if you want to give it to God, okay, the God started the process, but everything else is just work with the certain natural laws, and the particle interact with each other and arrange or rearrange, we get the whole universe. Would you have a problem with that? And what will be your problem with that?
Yeah, I do, because you cannot attribute anything to God because you just by saying so, you say, well, you've suggested that already God creates the way you see it fit to create by saying God creates with the Big Bang, because we think the Big Bang is the way the universe was created out of nothing. The problem is, what they don't tell you is Big Bang is a theory. It's a theory. It's a theory that can change. In fact, when it comes to Big Bang, it's a joke that Fred Hoyle, the astronomer and astrophysicist, the British astronomer and astrophysicist, said when Lemaitre said, when Georges Lemaitre was a priest and said, this is the way it's going to be. He said, do you mean it's like a Big Bang, like a big explosion or something like that? He was joking because you cannot. So in other words, if we say God creates this way, right? So we have already defined the process of creation. And the question is, why the laws are what they are? And people think that the laws are cast in stone, that they don't change. Of course they do change. Of course they do change. The laws, if you look at the history of gravity, you can go back to Newton and Galileo and you can go back, if we're true historians, we should go way before that, because gravity has been around for as long as human beings have been around. Or maybe not, but historic knowledge tells us that people were already thinking about these issues of gravity before. But if you look at just in the last 400 years or so, how the concept of gravity has changed from a Newtonian view to an Einsteinian view, that, Newton had a classical view of gravity. Comes Einstein in the 20s, and he gives us the theory of general relativity. And it tells us, wow, Newton told us gravity is a force. Einstein told us it's not a force. It's not a force, it's just curvature of space-time. That means, the fabric of space-time, you can think of it, is just not flat, it's curved. And that's it. And that curvature needs to go down. So, those who interpreted the outcomes of gravity in terms of a theory based on Newton's gravity, today they tell you, well, there is a force. There's no force according to Einstein. And then, of course, now in the 2010s and 20s, the question of what is gravity has mind-boggled a number of scientists, because even in the context of Einstein's theory of general relativity, we don't understand exactly why we see certain things that are not explainable with that. So these theories change.
So basically, your objection in this case, you're saying that we present science as if it's absolute truth and we embrace it as a kind of a belief, but it is some things that come from human and subject to revision all the time. So therefore, we need to put the science in its right place. So let me go to your slide. Maybe your further slide will explain it. So please go ahead, continue on that, and I will, inshallah, intervene in between when I see, there's a need for clarification, inshallah.
Okay, so the definition of science, at least from a semantics point of view, is in Latin it means that science is just knowledge. But then if you go and check what the encyclopedia says, it goes like, science as a philosophical concept means the clear and certain knowledge of something, whether founded on self-evident principles or via systematic demonstration. And then, the British historian Thomas Macaulay, he says the meaning of science is the growth of the human mind. But then he contradicts himself in many other places where he cites, science in agriculture, medicine, sanitation, chemistry, botany, paleontology, astronomy, statics, the atmosphere. All these, belong to natural sciences. They have nothing to do with the human mind. So, if you go to the sources for the definition of science from a Western point of view, you will not find a clear definition. You will not. Especially if you go in the last 400 years. Starting from Galileo, or from the transition from a geocentric to a heliocentric system, you know, from that transition, if you go and try to figure out what science is, you'll get completely confused. And that's why I think it has evolved towards a definition that has led to scientism. And it's clear that at the end of the day, science, or at least what science ought to be, because science for the ancients meant everything. It meant historical knowledge. It meant revelation. It meant experiments. You know, empirical. You do experiments. You know, the best example is Sayyidina Ibrahim alayhi salam. You know, when he talked with Nimrod, you know, he said, well, the sun, you know, God gives life and death. And he said, I give life and death. And he killed one person and let go. And then Sayyidina Ibrahim alayhi salam challenged him, and he said, well, God brings the sun from the east and sets it in the west. You know, bring it from the west and do the experiment and show me. So this experiment, this experimentation type of approach to knowledge has always been there. Has always been there. Humans, you know, we are body and soul. So the body is what you touch, what you see, what connects you to earth and so on. So you're going to do things with your hands. You're going to do things with your mind that will translate into mechanical things and so on. So that technology part is innate in us. I mean, we tend to construct things. We tend to. So you're not going to take that. But we also have a mind. I mean, the fact that I, as a scientist, and I will put a small I, not the I of arrogance or the I of ignorance. You know, I'll say the fact that I can think about the universe as a whole, just me, not sitting in an office or going outside and think about the stars, the galaxies, the supernovae, think about what's in the bottom of the ocean, what's in the center of the earth. It's all in my mind. You know, it's all in there. Have I gone to galaxies? No. Have I gone to the center of the earth? No. And the imagination, you know, of many writers before has taken them to horizons that experiments you cannot conduct experiments. In fact, astronomy, the mother of sciences, as they call it, astronomy, you can't do experiments. You know, if you can you create a star? You cannot create a star. Can you create billions of stars? You cannot create billions of stars in the laboratory. Can you measure a supernova in the lab? No, you can't. You just have to wait for one to happen. And you just observe. And that's why they include observations and experiments, observation, because they know that certain things cannot be reproduced. The reproducibility, which is the cornerstone of modern science. That means, when I talk about reproducibility, it means that you do an experiment, you get an outcome. You do the similar experiment, you should get the same outcome within errors. If it's not reproducible, you know, it's useless. That means either your experiment is wrong or your outcome is wrong. So reproducibility is practically impossible for in astronomy. I mean, can you go and move the moon back to a day where it was yesterday, so that you can observe whether the crescent appeared or disappeared? No, you can't. You have to wait for the cycle to come back. You have to wait for that cycle, and that cycle is based on observation. Same thing for the sun. You know, same thing for stars. So there's a whole field that is only based on observation, not on experiment. And they know, the scientists who believe in scientists know that reproducibility is very important. But we know today that there are a lot of things that are not reproducible. So, let me give you another quote by a chemist, Peter Atkins, who wrote in an essay in Science is Truth. He said, universal competence, science is absolutely universal in its competence. And then he said, I consider it to be a defensible proposition that no philosopher has helped to elucidate nature. Philosophy is but the refinement of interest. I mean, he's saying, ignore philosophy like what Stephen Hawking said, you know. And then you have people who have philosophers like James Ladyman, Don Ross, and David Stern, who wrote in Everything Must Go. He says, metaphysics naturalized. In that book, there's a chapter called In Defense of Scientists. That means these philosophers, even some philosophers, modern philosophers, have bought into science. So, scientists take science to be not only better than philosophy at answering such questions, but the only means of answering them. That means, you know, it's like the God of the gaps. You know, science there are gaps. And these gaps, today, we can only explain them by citing God, by saying, God is what did this and so on. But then they say, well, if you wait long enough, you're going to learn enough, or we do enough experiments and enough observations, and we're going to collect enough data so that we can bridge these gaps. So these gaps disappear. So as the gaps disappear, God disappears. So, this is what modern scientists who teach at the ivory towers called universities, this is what they teach the kids. Why should you believe in God? Why should you believe in anything other than the scientific method? And yet we know today that the scientific method is not reliable. It's definitely not reliable. It doesn't work in certain cases.
Okay.
We'll talk about that
Professor Hamza. So I think I want to intervene. So you know, we have this lectures just after the lunch. So I see there are some eyes. You don't see them, but I can see them here. So I think it's the fact of I don't know what the science says about this. The fact of the food. So make them to be a little sleepy. So I need to wake them up by asking some questions. I think it's really, and I went through your slides and I interact with you many times, and I think that you have a lot to really communicate to educators, to parents. So I really want to, I'm sorry to intervene and interrupt you. I really want you to get some good points to, communicate with the educator here. So it's basically what I'm hearing you, that you're saying that scientism as a way of, the only way of knowing knowledge, or as a way of knowing everything is a wrong. And then also as you describe, that it seems like you consider scientism as something to be anti-God, to be anti-belief in God. So, and therefore your emphasis again and again that you think that when science comes, somehow there is really no room for you to somehow believe in God. So here is your question. So what is really, give us some practical example of what is wrong with the science, because as you say this, I have seen many Muslim scientists, they have absolutely no problem with science. They say science is science, science is objective, science is useful. You teach science and make Muslims to in this case, develop technology, and you teach about Islam and Islamic studies. So, and they should be separated. and science is just about observation, is about what is, let's say, in the mulk dimension, is what is out there. So just you look at the science and study and then utilize that, and then you can teach your values in Islamic studies. Do you have, so but it seems like you have a problem with such approach. And do you have problem? If you have it, what is the exact problem? Can you put it through some examples? I know you raised kids, you have been in the West, you are very much engaged in Muslims community. So tell us, give us some practical examples of what are the exact problems that you have with it as a scientist.
First of all, somebody who says we have no problem with science, and clearly doesn't understand what science is. They understand what the method is. So it's like being a technician. You know the technique, but you do not know the source of the techniques, why the techniques were developed in that way. So you have no knowledge of the sources. So, and I think people, like psychiatrists would say, people like that are schizophrenic. They have two personalities. I'm not a psychiatrist, but the word works for that. That means when I go into the temple of science, I'm a scientist, and then when I go to the mosque, I'm say a Muslim praying for God. But what were you praying for in the ivory tower of science? Which tells you that there is no God, which tells you that that the only knowledge you can get is through your senses or your extended senses, right? But don't you remember that you were nothing? Where did you come from? Where did you come from? You were nothing, before you were conceived by the coming together of a father and a husband and wife. Where were you? Where are you going? If you don't ask yourself these questions as scientists, you can become schizophrenic. You'll have no problem with that. But the challenge, of course, is to ask the questions at the fundamental level. What is it that we're gaining from science? What is it that we're gaining? If you think about it deeply, it's just pieces of junk like phones and screens. And if you don't use them properly, they're going to destroy you. They're going to destroy who you are. They are going to tell you who you are. So you will believe the outcome of a process that tells you, here's how you communicate. You communicate with using Zoom or WhatsApp or the multimedia and so on. But you don't know what this multimedia, how it works, why it works the way it works. Is it manufacturing something in you that will make you a slave of these tools? They say technology is either an enabler or a slave driver. It's an enabler, technology, as we have it. It enables you to do things beyond what you were doing before. If you are in control, if you know how these tools should be used, but you become a slave of these tools. If every 5 minutes you're going to check whether you received a message or you didn't receive a message, and that message is loaded with commercials and things that make you a greater consumer than you. And in science, you have to ask the question: where are these tools coming from? What are they used for? How can I use them? What kind of knowledge knowledge are they carrying? You know, these days you have a phone, and your phone can act as a GPS receiver. So with satellites, you would know your position on the surface of the Earth. So okay, so I have that tool. I know where I am. But what is it that it's teaching me? It's just telling me that I can use Google Maps to go from one place to another because there's GPS. But if you do not transcend this question, you're going to be locked in the world of technology. You know, and if you're locked in that room of technology, you are a slave in a cell. But if you can do without these tools by asking existential questions, and these existential questions, you're not going to find them with technology. You know, Google is going to feed you, if you go to Sheikh Google, as I call it, you know, Sheikh Google is going to give you an answer that is already manufactured. You know, it's already there, and it's going to tell you, okay, do this, do this, do this. This is what you should be. You know, you become a fertilizer. You know, if you don't believe in other than the body or the technology and so on, you're just a fertilizer. The moment you die, you know, your ashes are just fertilize the land. But we, and the question is, every time you start asking the next question, you realize that you're going to go back to the original initial conditions, and you can see that the initial conditions of modern science are subject to change. And Allah doesn't change. You know, things do not change with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He transcends change in our aqidah. We believe in that. He's not affected by space. He's not affected by time. He's not affected by. So we believe in that. And the moment you change the initial condition, then you have a clearer view of what the science as we perceive it today, where its place is, and how I should use it. And
but I think on that, let's ask this question. So in this case, given this, you know, let's say problem that you described with the modern science, particularly scientism, as a believer, how would you define science, and how would you place science within Islamic, you know, Quranic worldview in this regard? As a believer, how would you place that? How would you define science?
The fundamental one is science is any knowledge that brings you closer to your Creator. Any knowledge, that's the broad definition. Any knowledge that doesn't bring you close to your Creator is to first degree. Any knowledge that doesn't bring you to your closer to your Creator, to a first degree, is useless. To a second degree, it might be useful to other people, and it may bring them closer to God, subhanahu wa ta'ala. So, I'm sorry to say, I mean, if people who do conduct research and do science and express themselves about things, it's not a knowledge that brings them back to where they came from. We believe that we came from a place that is not of this world. And if you think you don't need God, that any knowledge you get is knowledge that is useless. You see, modern science, when it cannot answer the fundamental questions with one method, with determinism and reductionism, if you cannot answer certain questions, you make these determinism and and you move from a non-probabilistic description to a probabilistic description. So instead of saying, here is the law, and it's cast in stone, and here is how we go, but then you have a problem with the initial conditions, so you're going to change the initial conditions in a probabilistic fashion. You say, let's say the probability for condition 1, 2, 3, 4 is X, and then, or probability for 1, 2, 3, 4 is X prime. So now I'm going to let the system evolve according to X probability 1, probability 2, probability 3. And there's no need for God. It's just probabilistic. And then when it's probabilistic, you say, well, these initial probability 1 for the conditions to be 1, 2, 3 will lead to a world 1. And then probability B, the next probability would lead to another world. And that's the idea behind the multiverse, for example. So when they have a problem with the initial conditions, they make the initial conditions probabilistic. And when you make the initial conditions probabilistic, you say, I don't need God, it's just a question of probabilities, and each probability is going to lead to a universe. So we have a multiverse, you know, a number that is mind-boggling, 10 to the power 500 or something like that. And then you come back and you say, well, but in these universes, we cannot live as humans. So you put the condition that the universe that we live in has the proper variables for us to appear in this universe. But it will not tell you how you appear in this universe.
So basically, what you're saying like secular science in a way, assume there is no God and then replace it with explanation that take you away from God, you know, with all probable options or alternatives. But while you think in Islamic science, whatever you do, whatever knowledge you have should get you closer to Allah. So in this case, you put basically, you will assess the knowledge based on how useful it is to get you connected to Allah. That is basically your definition. So in a way that you're saying that we need to, in this case, build our knowledge of the creation in relation to the Creator, and that is missing in a secular one. Therefore, you think that it is a major problem if you really look at secular science, because it does not actually leave any room for God, and it does not take you to God, and it get you away from God. We can pause from here.
Let me make one more point that is very important. Secular knowledge.
So after that, I just one second. After that, I want to tell the audience that they can ask questions, so they can prepare their question for you. So, and after this point, you want to make it, so we can hear from them, inshallah.
Okay. So secular knowledge is believed to be cumulative. That means what my father knew, I know more than my father. And what my kids know, they know more than me and a grandfather or grandparents and so on. So secular knowledge is cumulative. We believe as Muslims that knowledge is revealed. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, "Allama Adam al-asma' kullaha," allama is to teach. You know, so knowledge in our case decreases. The further you go from God, the less knowledge you have. So in order to revive the knowledge, a revival of the knowledge, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sends prophets. You know, He sends prophets and messengers. And these messengers revive the knowledge. And it gets pushed. And then it decays away. And then it gets pushed. It decays away. So we are, in our case, we are in a state where knowledge is decaying. If we do not go back and re-amplify the knowledge brought by our Prophet ﷺ. All the knowledge about our relation to the creation and so on, we are going to get lost, completely lost. So if kids are not anchored in the knowledge that comes with the revelation, they are going to get lost. So you need to bring them back, and they will realize themselves, because this is fitra, this is an innate property that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has input in every one of His creations. So, that knowledge comes down, you need to bring it back up. The secular knowledge is believed to increase all the time. And then when it collapses, it goes nowhere.
Interesting.
And that's where you have these theories that come and go.
So basically, secular doesn't accept even the revelation, so therefore they don't believe in that. They believe in accumulation of knowledge rather than revelation. Okay, let's again, as I mentioned, so we want to get some questions. Yes, anyone? Can we get the mic? And
I think it's more, the.
Can you hear, or we need to get the mic that he can hear? Okay, yes.
I think reiterating, it's the European secular knowledge is based on, the observation and empirical experimentation, whereas the Islamic knowledge is based on both the empirical and observation as well as the wahi, so the reveal. So it's like, when you say, Dr. Najat talks about mana harfi and mana ismi, or aqal and naql. So going back to the way we think is very important. How we constitute what knowledge is accepted as is absolutely paramount in moving forward, so that we can use science and have those empirical and observation alongside the wahi to promote those kind of educational science and acceptance of it.
Did you hear that?
Can you please summarize the question?
Oh, it wasn't a question.
No, it's just comment. I think it's just comment.
What you were talking about with scientism, and how you were talking about the European secular knowledge is based upon just the observation and experimentation side. So there's an absence of the revealed knowledge, and with the Islamic knowledge, it's based on both the observation and the experiment. So it doesn't negate it, but it puts the importance on the revealed knowledge and the wahi, because you have to have the wahi to have a complete understanding to add on those human values and the purpose of life.
Did you? Yeah, I think it's a comment. Did you hear that?
More of a comment.
Yeah, I can convert to the question for you. I think the comment she made it. She's saying that based on your point that secular science only focus on observation, experimentation. Islam bring revelation. So if you can put them side by side without denying the science, then you can get Islamic science. That would be my question. Do you think that if we have a science as is in a curriculum and then Islamic studies for revelation as a kind of dual curriculum together, will that work?
No.
Why?
Why? Because it's against schizophrenia. Because what science, the aqidah in science, it's a belief system. It's a belief system. It believes in certain ways to be done. And we believe in Tawheed. That means we should look at science with the eye of the Tawheedi way. We cannot look at science from a completely independent entity and then try to put it in a mold, and then that mold, it doesn't fit the mold, so we reject it and we start filtering. This fits, this doesn't fit. This fits, this doesn't fit. This fits, this doesn't fit. No, then our way of looking at things is clear. There's clarity. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala creates in ahsani taqweem, in the best of conditions, not in some condition that some of it needs to be put aside and some of it needs to be put left and some of it needs to be put right. We need to teach our kids that what they have like, you know, we have maqam al-Islam, maqam al-Iman, and maqam al-Ihsan. We need to teach them how to get to maqam al-Ihsan. Islam is just the rules, the shara. Iman takes you to a path. You know, you have the rules to go on a path. And that path leads to a state of perfection. We need to do exactly the same thing in education. We need to show them the rules, the basic rules, the rules of the tawheed. And once you get there, then you channel them onto a path of education that is consistent with the rules. And then eventually, some people will get to a they will see things as they are in their actual reality. And it's a challenge. It's a challenge for educators.
How would you do that, Professor Hamza? So you have been in in this position for years as a Muslim. It seems like you feel the pain, you're suffering. So how would you solve this problem that you just mentioned?
It's you know, it takes a village to bring a kid.
The village is here. Don't you see that? They can help you.
Yeah. You have a village right there, but they come from all over the place. You know, they're not concentrated in the same place. So we need a consistency in the message to the kids. Consistency so that the kids don't get confused. You know, they get confused because if they go to school and hear something, and then they go home and hear something else, and then they go out in the streets or when they go with their friends or activities and they hear something else. You know, eventually they're going to choose the most easy and in a society that is utilitarian, they're going to become utilitarians. You know, if it's useful, I'm going to use it. So they will bow to the phantoms of utility. So you need a consistency. So kids need to be reconforted by a consistent message. That means you cannot teach Islamic law and then teach science that goes against Islam. You know, that science says there's no God. Gravity brings down things. Fire is a chemical reaction. You know, the morality morals are derived from an evolutionary process and so on. No, this is not a message that I give my kids. This is definitely not a message that I will convey to my kids.
Okay.
The morals are rules that are defined by the one who has created us. You know, thou shalt not kill. You do not kill. You do not steal. You do not do this. You have to be honest. How can you be honest if you're going to teach me laws that are going to change? You know, when I ask you, do these laws change? Well, you know, they may not change. They give us the right answer, and we have gaps, and you know, maybe 1,000 years from now, your future kid, you know, is going to find an answer to it. No, that's not the case. That's not going to be the case.
Professor Hamza, we have more. Yeah, Professor Hamza, we have more hands here. They want to ask questions. So can we get some more questions, inshallah?
Yeah, you go ahead.
Okay.
You go ahead.
Yes.
Assalamu alaikum. Jazakallah khair, Sheikh, for information. My name is Mohammed Hamid, Palestinian from Canada. My question about is there like science in the Quran or scientific verses? If not, that's the end of my question. If yes, how do we understand these scientific verses if we don't relate them to scientific facts that exist these days?
Did you get the question?
Yeah, I think I got the question.
Okay.
Science in the Quran in the sense that.
Yeah, and if yes, how can you understand those verses without science?
Okay, so here is the this is something I thought about a long time. You can see my beard is white, and yeah, I'm not sure how white it's going to get before inshallah, go back to where I came from. Yeah, you're doing نفس المطمئنة غير بإرادة ربية. على كل حال. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, كلام الله, the language of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, is not just for you and me. It's for generations that passed before us and generations to come. And for each one, the message, if you read the Quran today, and you read it 10 days from now, and you read it 100 days from now, your experience in life you will interact with the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala according to the experience that you have in your life. Your relationship with your kids, your relationship with your family, your relationship with your tribe, with your, you come from Palestine, and we see what's going on in Palestine. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala يعطي الصبر ويلطف بالغزاويين والفلسطينيين أينما كان. And if you look at, for example, how you read the verses of the Quran regarding wars and so on, you will understand something completely different. So the Quran is not a book of recipes that tells you, okay, here's the law of gravity, here's the law of quantum mechanics. No, it's Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala it transcends all of that because he knows the detail. And he knows the macroscopic and the microscopic and the nanometric and so on. He knows everything. So he doesn't, he challenges us. He challenges us. He says, Iqra, this miracle. Iqra. Iqra. It's an order. It's an order. Iqra. Iqra can mean read. It can mean gather. ثلاثة قروء means gather. It doesn't mean just read. It means gather. Gather. Your experience is an experience of a lifetime. You have learned about raising kids. Do you think it's easy to raise kids? It's not easy to raise kids. Do you think, if you can create kids, why don't you create kids that fit all of your molds? I want a kid that does look like this, is this tall, this, things like this, things like, you cannot do that. And Quran should be seen with that lens in the sense that the person next to you, when they read Quran, they see something. You read Quran, you see something. But there is a bottom line that is exactly the same. And that is that Allah is the creator. Allah is the creator. We read that every day in our prayers. Al-Fatiha said, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Rabb al-Alamin. ما قالش رب عبد هذا ورب الشجر هذا. No, he didn't say that. He said رب العالمين. It's universal. So he doesn't need to give you a law. And when he gives a parable, when he gives the examples, of say the embryonic evolution, he is challenging you, and he's challenging me, and he's challenging everyone. He says, you think you can create? Look at this, look at that, look at this. And in fact, it's very, very interesting. In the Quran, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants something that is universal, he doesn't pinpoint a name. But when he wants something that is almost miraculous, he points a name. What happened to Maryam alayhi salam because he says Maryam. He explicitly indicates Maryam. That will not happen again. It will happen only in the case of Sayyidina Isa or Sayyidina Maryam alayhi salam. And when it's universal and it repeats, he gives an example. So and it's up to us to see the wisdom in the text. But at the end of the day, the Quran points to something fundamental. It points to La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasul. It points to that. That means at the end, there is no creator but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the knowledge that you get from the creator is the knowledge that was brought by the Prophet alayhi salam. So he gives you the source of knowledge and he gives you the knowledge itself. He gives it to you. You take it, you move along.
Yeah, Professor Hamza, let me summarize and then we'll move to the next question. So basically you're saying that Quran is not a science book, so don't expect to get scientific theory in Quran. Quran is for all the time is universal. It goes beyond a particular time and particular theory. And the Quran is all about informing us about Allah, Tawheed. So that's the essential message there. So look at the Quran as a book of connecting to the Creator, not as a book of like finding a particular scientific theory. That's what I think you're saying. And then science is changeable, so therefore, don't take a particular Quranic ayah as if like it's talking about the Big Bang or other theory, because that's changeable, that's not universal. That's the things I got it. Next question.
Yeah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says explicitly. He says it explicitly. ما أشهدتهم خلق السماوات والأرض ولا خلق أنفسهم وما كنت متخذ المضلين عضدا. Read it and read tafsir and so on. You and I were not witness to the creation.
Okay, we have many other hands out there, so I want them to, because we have limited time. Yes, go ahead, please.
Assalamu alaikum, Professor Hamza. Jazakallah khair for the wonderful talk. I'm Sana from Toronto. I wanted to get your comments on perhaps the definition of science from within Islamic worldview. I know that you mentioned that science is knowledge that is beneficial, that draws us closer to Allah. I'm wondering if there might be, concepts that might further refine this definition. I feel that typically when we're talking about science and Quran, we still resort to the limitations of the Western worldview. Might it be possible for us to consider science as a set of regular assumptions? So basically, instead of causes and effects, we're talking about connections or temporal causes that are linked to the necessary being God. And from that view, we can see that the Quran does draw our attention to certain patterns that are found in nature that are created and maintained by Allah. And through that, perhaps there might be some abundance possible where we can see, of course, the Quran as a book of signs, but signs that draw us closer to also observing and learning from the patterns that Allah has created and recreated.
Can you please summarize, because there was an echo.
Yeah, I think if I got it correct, so she's saying that, can we define science based on Islamic worldview without, in a way, getting such Western secular idea being the basis for our definition, as in the case of, let's say, instead of just looking science as a study of cause and effect, if we can look at the science maybe as a way of really connecting to the Creator in our understanding of creation. I think that was like when referring to one of your points. I don't know, did I get it right? Yes, it seems like that. Yeah, that's the question.
Yeah, I think this is a very good question, and the challenge is definitely afoot, because if we cannot do that, then we will be responsible for the consequences of the education system and that our kids go through or our grandkids go through. So we need to, there are if you think about it, there are people who have thought about it. I can think of a couple of people off the top of my head, you know, Sayyid Hussein Nasser, Dr. Nasser, and Al-Abbas in Malaysia, have thought about methods of trying to make, you know, this, trying to answer this question. And it's not trivial. And maybe some of us who have now spent a career or careers in the system of Western education, we need to think back and recalibrate in the sense, recalibrate the system of education. And what I mean, the effort of this group, of Dr. Necati and his group, is definitely trying to find a way to include an Islamic view and a world view, and turn around, look at what the Western education system is like, and then try to basically decorticate and take away things that are not Islamic, and rethink the message to the kids in terms of Tawheed, in terms of revelation, in terms of so they're attempting to do this, and the fact that they have now created a little bit of critical analysis and so on, it looks like there's a need for it. There's a genuine need to try and answer this question, and in a practical way, because you cannot resolve the system if it's just theoretical. Theoretical, you can write papers, you can write essays on how it should be done and so on, and until you really commit and start being practical at the classroom level, you will not be able to answer that question.
Yeah, we have more questions, but I also want you to really highlight something from Wolfgang Schmidt. I think you are the one that introducing Wolfgang Schmidt to us, and you know, as a Christian scientist, I think his works also cannot, should be appreciated. I want to hear something on this as well. But let's see, you can maybe address a little later. We have some more questions. Sister Asma, you want to go ahead?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Asma Klaas. I'm from the Netherlands. Actually, I would like to come back to the question of the Palestinian brother, Muhammad, I think his name, about whether Allah mentions science in the Quran and what you said about it. I understood what your reply was.
I cannot hear.
Oh.
I will summarize for you, don't worry. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I was just wondering if it's true that Allah gives us signs of science in the Quran, like for instance in Surah Al-Mu'minun, that there's a kind of, it's actually embryology, it's mentioned in the Quran, but of course not the details, but Allah gives us some indications, some clues of science, and then He says Iqra to us just to investigate it or to study it. Like Ibn al-Haytham said in his biography about the knowledge and the iman are connected together. He said, I cannot find anything which would make my iman stronger than investigating the signs of Allah, so that my getting more and more knowledge will also make my iman grow, so I will come closer to Allah. So I was just wondering if we could mention there's science in Quran like this. So science or science as an indication of science. So do you understand?
Yeah, do you get the question? Should I summarize?
Yes, please.
No, I didn't hear.
Yeah, the question is a follow-up of question of Brother Muhammad. She is saying that, is there any verses in Quran that we can take it as a signs of science in a way that as a verses that basically giving us a clue to do scientific discoveries. So not like a full-fledged scientific theory or scientific, let's say, knowledge, but it's in a way that give us some idea that we can benefit and go and do the scientific exploration. So that's her question.
Yeah, I think Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala addresses each and every one of us in one way or another. And if the sister feels like when she reads, when
what happened? Is it disconnected? Is it his side or side? Let's see.
You know, the ways to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala are multiple. You know, each one of us has a path to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Each one of us. And you know, there's no single, you know, we get on the sirat inshallah, and you know, each has a path on the sirat with all the obstacles, with all the and we remove the obstacles. So if some kids see or some people see that a verse speaks to them, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in terms of science, in terms of nature, that means يتأمل في خلق الله سبحانه وتعالى. You know, if you see something wondrous about a tree, a willow tree, you know, a date tree, you know, عمتكم النخلة, you know, your aunt النخلة. You know, if you see that, you know, pursue it, because that might be the key to the door that leads you all the way to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So there's absolutely nothing that should stop from reading the Quran and you know, with the clear intention. You know, I follow the Maliki school of jurisprudence, and Imam Malik emphasizes the niyyah, the intention, a little bit more than the other jurists, more than a Shafi'i or Malik or the Hanafis, but they all have the intention. But Imam Malik, the intention. So come in with an intention to please Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala when you're reading the Quran, and whatever doors He opens to you, just take them. Just take them, make istikhara and take them. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, if you walk to Him, He will run towards you. So there's absolutely nothing wrong with reading the text and seeing in it, you know, maybe some science, some kind of science. But don't lock it. Don't lock it. Don't say this is gravity, or this is quantum mechanics, or this is evolutionary biology, or some kind of biology. Don't lock it like that, because the moment you lock it, you are ascribing that to some secular process that doesn't recognize the fact that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the guide. So don't lock it. Read the Quran, or let the kids read the Quran with an open heart, with a sincere attitude, with a sincere intention. So I'm all for, I mean, I've mellowed down with the years, because you would have asked me 20 years ago about reading the text as something you can find science as a modern science in it. I would have just walked away from the discussion. I would not discuss. But, you know, times have changed, and kids need to be attracted back to the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So you need to have them read the book. You need to have them look at the book with an open heart, with a sincere intention, and And that's the key. That's the key. So, but you need to be able to tell them if they start making the connection with some secular science, you need to tell them that science is secular. It doesn't recognize God. It sees God as some probabilistic law.
Yeah, I think that's very good. We got it. So, any other questions? I think so. Basically, he's saying that you can, with good intention, look at it, but don't lock it. Means because the idea might be secular, and then you limit the Quran to particular secular ideas. That's the answer. Yes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My brother Zaid from Malaysia. I have a question, but I'm sorry if this question has repeated because I came late. But basically, I believe that most of us here are educators, and as educators, we like to have like an example of how should we teach until what reach do we teach our students to become, as we all want to maybe as a Muslim scientist. But because this Muslim scientist that we want to teach or produce or generate, we want to create students of Muslim scientists, it has long been forgotten, or we don't have any samples for it. So maybe, Prof, do you have a vision of how us as educators, we want to teach the younger generation or the next generation to become Muslim scientists? What is a Muslim scientist that we are looking on? Maybe the characters of them, or how the thought process of them, and is it back to maybe the Muslim scientists of the past, maybe in the golden age of Islam? So in a short question, what is the vision of Muslim scientists in the future once we get this education done?
You got question clear?
Yes, I think I heard the question there. It was a bit clearer. It's true that if you look at the history of our religion, the history of Islam, there were some towering figures. Well, I would call them scientists, the people who discovered algebra, for example. Most of these people were trying to solve some problem of some sort that would bring them closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And if you think about it, most of the mathematics that was developed, like trigonometry in particular, or optics, or relating with optics and so on, they were trying to answer a question. How to determine the direction of Qibla, because they needed to figure out which direction to pray. And they made a lot of mistakes, And if you look at the mosques around the world, between, say, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th century, if you go to North Africa, where I come from, or I'm sure that if you go to Asia or Southeast Asia and so on, you'll find that with time, some mosques were not pointing in the right direction, but, they were making an effort to answer questions at their time with the tools that they had. But it was a question that would bring them closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So the premise, the starting point, I talked about the initial condition. The initial condition that motivated the Muslims. And that's why Muslims, for example, did not get into speculative sciences, where you speculate about something and then you try and find the rule and so on and so forth. But there were people who were great psychologists, great sociologists. Ibn Khaldun. Ibn Khaldun was a Muslim, and now he's taught in the top schools in the world. He's still taught today. Still taught Ibn Khaldun, and he dates back to what, 13th or 14th century. It was. We teach algebra today. Most of computer science is algorithmic, al-Khwarizmi. You think they were not doing science then? They were doing science, but their premise was completely different than the premise of today's scientists. Today's scientists, the premise is egotistic. the egos of scientists is so inflated in some cases that if you prick it with a needle, you get a big bang. You get a big bang by blowing the bubble of the ego of scientists. So the Big Bang is not the Big Bang they talk about, it's the Big Bang of their own arrogance. So I think we Muslims, if we do not go back, if we go back sincerely to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will pave the road for us to the right path. They were going on the right direction before, they strayed away. We come back, well, if you come back, now on your involvement deck, will be on all the directions. There will, there's no one in the history of Muslims when they came back that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala did not direct them properly. You get the right path. So doing science, the first thing I would read it as a scientists, modern scientists tend to be very skeptical. So the first thing, the fact that they train us to be skeptic. Let me be skeptic about what they taught us to be skeptic about. So I'm going to be skeptic about the subject that they have taught me. So now I know what the skepticism is going to lead to, and it's going to lead to all the loopholes in that science that they have taught me. And once I remember the loopholes, and once I identify these things, if I have the right background from an Aqidah point of view, I will not go back there. So Muslims have to be properly their Aqidah from a very early stage. You cannot teach Aqidah to a kid early enough. Start when the baby's born. Speak to them their language. If you're in Malaysia, speak the language of your country. If you're in India, speak Hindu. Then teach them Arabic so that they can read the Quran. If you're in the Arab world, teach your kids the Arabic. English is a good language. Yeah, it is, because it's the language of our time. So teach them that language, but as a second language, not as their first language. I mean, I spent some time in a part of the Arab world, and the mothers were complaining that their kids could not speak Arabic. If they don't speak Arabic in an Arab, so they change you completely. So you're gonna only read what is conveyed to you in English. And we have, as Muslims, we have written enough in English to influence the wheel of education. So teach the kids have to be fluent in their own language. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created multi-language. Why should we know only English or French or Spanish?
Professor Hamza, we have 10 minutes left. Let me see whether there are any other questions. Yes, Sister Rashida. Yeah, we want to hear more. I think it's a very good point. Yes, Mike, can we get it to back? Okay, go ahead first.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. My name is I'm from Melbourne. Again, it's similar sort of theme. So many of the definitions of scientism/science really focus on the physical aspect, the material aspect, and as we know in the reading that we had yesterday, first reading, there needs to be two dimensions, the physical and the metaphysical. Otherwise, science becomes limited, or our understanding of reality is limited. So I guess my question is, because this forms like this part of the solution, what is your thoughts on how we introduce metaphysical aspect of reality in the classroom?
Did you get the question, Professor Hamza?
Education.
No, I did not.
Yeah, the question is basically saying that in Islam you have a lot of metaphysical, we call it malakut, and that's not covered by physics. How would you bring this into science, into physics? That's the question, right?
Just science in general.
Yeah, in science in general. Yeah, in science in general, not physics only.
Yeah, I think modern science has ignored it completely. As I said, from the beginning, that is eliminated from the initial conditions. From the beginning, anything that goes beyond physics, metaphysics, beyond physics, is not there. But for us, that's where we start. That's where we start. It's like the story of Sayyidina Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, when the Quraysh came to him, they said to him, "Your friend, he's telling us that he has made the journey from Mecca to Jerusalem in overnight." He said, "Do you believe what he says?" He said, "If he said so, then he definitely did it." And remember, he was no fool. He said, "If he said so," that means they could have lied, right? But he said, "If he said so, then he has done it." And he said, "Well, this is nothing compared to what I believe in. He has told us that there is God that creates everything and everything." So that's the premise for us. That's the beginning. So if you start there, then everything falls into place. God created the earth. So the earth responds to the commandment of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. God, I was reading recently a tafsir on al-aman. Aman, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave the aman. He offered the amana to the different realms, the realms of the mountains and so on. They all refused. And the amana, when you think about it, what is the amana? And it's interesting because from a semantics point of view, aman, iman, aman, it all has, they're interconnected in a way. But aman, some say, that is the power to do good and to do evil. So we are given the power to do good and to do evil. So that amana. So as an educator, you have an amana. And that amana, you could teach good and you could teach bad things. You could lie to these kids because you don't know the subject. And you're teaching the subject that you do not know. So you better understand the subject before you teach it to the kid. Because this is amana. So this amana, you gotta be aware as a teacher. So where you don't understand, don't get in there. Let somebody who understands, who is capable of taking that amana, right, to deliver it, to deliver the message. So it's a challenge. He who doesn't have it cannot give it. So the first thing we want to make sure is there has to be an honesty, an intellectual honesty. The teachers that we put in charge in teaching the kids have to be aware that if they're given a topic that they don't understand, they should say, "I don't understand the topic. How can I give it to the kids?" You know, I'm not giving something to the kids that I'm responsible for. And then they come on the day of judgment and say, he or she is the one who taught me that. And you get influenced in an early age, you're gone. You're done.
Yeah, Professor Hamza, we have only.
Let me make this point and then I'll
okay. Since I know you have no ego, therefore I freely interrupt. So I know you're not gonna have any problem with that.
That's fine. No problem. No problem. But then when I was a kid, there were teachers who influenced me. They were. I can name them now. 60 years later, I can name them by name, first name and last name, because they influenced me. They said things in the class that rang with me, that resonated with me. So, you know, it's amana. And you have an amana. So, and we have an amana. We as, you know, as scientists, you know, sometimes I'm afraid to speak about something because if I say something and I influence somebody and I'm wrong, so it's devastating. It's devastating. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows that I have tried, but
Professor Hamza, on this line, I think Sister Rashida has a question. I remember when we went to Malaysia, and on the second day when we asked her about that, this is relevant to what you've made it. She said, since yesterday I have just saying astaghfirullah because I was unknowingly giving something wrong to the students. But so let's see what I think she has some question. I don't know whether it's relevant to that. Because you talk about amana is not an easy amana.
Yeah, echoing on the amana topic. Professor Rashida from Malaysia, which is easier or which is more challenging, to make science teachers Quranic or to make Quran teachers scientific?
That's the ending question. So, which is much easier? Easier or
challenging? Either way.
Which one is more challenging to make Quranic teacher be more scientific, or to make scientific teacher to be more Quranic?
Neither.
Neither. See, this is chicken egg question, right?
Because you've described the extreme. You've described the two extremes. A scientific one who needs to be balanced with Quran, and a Quranic one who needs to balance with science. We need to be in the middle.
Okay.
We need to start with an Islamic, you know, if you're in an environment that is a Muslim environment, you don't have to worry about certain fundamental values. You don't. So you're already in the middle, al-wasat. So what you need is to pick the fruits of both sides. The fruits of what you think is science giving you. You take them, especially for the kids. You know, you have to explain to them. For example, there's no way. Look, the generation that is 20 years old or less have never known a world without the internet. They have never known a world without the internet. None of my kids, well, some of my kids have known a little bit of it. They were born just around the internet time, you know, the late 80s, early 90s. But I can tell you, so your kid, if the kid at school, if he's not already anchored when he comes in the fundamental values of Islam, that means if you challenge, you brought him up as science-based kid or Quranic-based kid. The science kid is extremely aware of this multimedia business and so on and so forth. The Quranic kid has been isolated completely for that, and then when he lands in the land of multimedia, the kid is completely lost. And then when the guy who's completely immersed in the multimedia world of without the Quranic things, when you start talking about Quran, he tells you, well, this is 1400 years ago. You want to live without the internet? Impossible. You know, then you get all this schizophrenia comes in. It's either, so you need to bring your kid very early by showing them that, okay, your world has this multimedia. Here are the problems of multimedia. Here are but at the same time, I'm going to teach you what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says about how to use وَسَخَّرْنَاهَا لَكُمْ وَذَلَّلْنَاهَا لَكُمْ. You know, he says all this creation, bows to you, bows to your order. You know, you see it. I'm sure that people in Southeast Asia, they see little kids controlling elephants. You know, it's mind-boggling for somebody in the West who lives in front of a screen. A kid who lives on the screen sees another kid controlling an elephant. You know, and then the kid who is on the elephant, if you show him an iPhone with a kid in it, riding an elephant, he's completely shocked. He said, well, it's on the internet. I think the middle ground is a very challenging ground to be in.
Thank you very much, Professor Hamza. You know what, I'm sorry really interrupting you a lot. I know I didn't even let you to finish your slides because at the beginning when I was observing, the audience here, they were shaking their head out of sleep. But now, toward the end, they're shaking their head out of affirming what you're saying, and they keep raising their hand, but unfortunately, they're too late because we run out of time. We have to finish it here. But I truly believe that you have a lot to share. We really look forward to read your book that you told us that you're working on. So we hope that we're going to be able to get this book very soon. And I strongly encourage everyone to, inshallah, keep in touch with you and look forward for your work. And we really appreciate. And again, you started with very high level, and everyone was like thinking we get lost and let us to just move to the other dimension. But I think you get on the ground and you made it very good point. Thank you very, very much. We really appreciate. And inshallah, we'll keep in touch. Thank you very much. Okay, assalamu alaikum. Okay, I think so. Sorry, Mr. Sama, I couldn't let you go. I know the hands because we run out of time, so I think. But again, I interacted with him many times. I think he has a lot to say and a lot we can benefit. You saw that, and the many point he makes, it's like you will see it's very much kind of overlapping what we say. Even the question was a very good question of like whether you can have a science and Islamic teacher to be different. And so we argued there has to be integration. There cannot be separation. That goes against the basics, basically. Understanding the truth in a holistic way. And also I like his idea of like saying that I will use their skepticism because they taught me to be skeptic to actually question the very premises of science. That's what we do in our model. We use critical thinking as one of essential pillar. Critical thinking is one of the main preaching in the Western secular science. We say, good, we get that one, but we use this and engage in questioning the very assumptions of the secular ideology. So I think there were lots. But inshallah, we all benefit from this thought.